Hello everybody, how are we doing today? It's another day of StarCraft 2 as we are here for the WardiTV Spring Cup. We're finally back to talking about the WardiTV 2026 series. The Spring Cup and the hence Spring Championship both are part of that, of course, and we'll talk a bit more about that further in the day. For now, we are getting ready to go into our first matchup as we start the day off with Percival versus Shameless, and then we're also going to be having ourselves ByuN versus Yakov, going to be our opening matches of Group A of this Spring Cup, which will take place over the course of the next week or so. And then we will go from there. Cool. So, videos are underway. We shouldn't be too long. Should be able to kick this off in just a sec and get this operational for you guys. Again, good day to you all. Hope everyone is having a great time. And excited for a few hours of StarCraft 2 action. Kicking off into this in a second. You know what? Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm just going to BRB. Okay, let me BRB 1 sec. Sorry, just got to quickly pop down and say I'll be right back. Sorry guys, my apologies, we're back though. Let's get this ready to go. My bad, I just forgot to do something before we started up. Alright, you're gonna throw a couple of invites out. We'll kick on into this, guys. Cool. Alrighty, I think we are completely good to go. Hello and welcome again. Good to see you guys. Hope everyone is feeling good and excited and ready for some games. WardiTV Spring Cup action here today, and looking forward to, like I say, bringing you guys some of the games along for the ride. Just getting everyone into this lobby. We'll be off in just a couple of seconds, so give us 2 moments. As the players are ready in, and we can send it. Alright, let's do this. Let's get this ahead. Let's get this started and see just what takes place as we get this one ready to rumble. Alright, Road to Madness is going to be our first map of the day. It's some TVP. It's Shameless versus Percival as we get this started up. We get this ready to go in the next couple of moments here. So we get this set ready to party, and very excited to see just what exactly actually ends up happening in the grand scheme of things on this one. As we have ourselves in the bottom right hand side, the blue Terran player to start us off today is going to be Percival. And in the top left, our Reddit Protoss player is Shameless. As we get going for game 1 of this BO3. Now, we don't have any other casters in here today, apart from Strange, who is casting. He's usually a player. I'm going to try and steal his camera. And if it's horrendous pro player observing, guys, shout If it's annoying you, shout at me and I will observe myself instead. But we'll hope that he knows how to control a camera without taking it all over the place non-stop. Fingers crossed. That's my hope, at least. So I guess we'll find out in a moment or two as we get this underway. Getting the assembly coming about, that probe on the way up, and a couple of refineries coming alongside a barracks that's currently in production as well. So bring that straight through into play. The SUV also producing through for a couple of moments, and just getting a lot of this up and rolling for the next couple of seconds. So everything looking pretty cozy for a little bit. The probe coming across the map here for a little while as well. And yeah, everything, like I say, pretty kind of as expected just for now. So looking pretty reasonable in that regard. But we've got a ways to go. It's just the first couple of minutes, of course, so plenty to do here over the course of this PVT. How's everyone feeling? Again, if you're on the YouTube, hello and welcome. Say hi, let me know. Pop in the chat, hit us up with a like as well. Appreciate it a bunch. And yeah, thanks for coming and hanging out with us. As like I say, we've got a bunch of games to get through today. Plenty of StarCraft 2 to cast. Obviously, 5 best of 3, so it's not a crazy big group. Probably like 2.5 to 3 hours. This is just designed to be a bit of a smaller tournament. Obviously, the Spring Cup, kind of the build-up to our Spring Championship. We'll talk more about what everything means and kind of how it builds into each other, like I say, later on. For now, all you know is that the top 2 players advance from today in a very traditional GSL-style group. So, top 2 advance, that's what the day's got kind of attached to it. And let's hope for a good one. It's not my last stream of the weekend. I'm not actually going to be here tomorrow. There's just nothing to stream. Well, Youth Thermal's Cup's on, but I have to pick a day to do some IRL stuff this week. And that's going to be tomorrow. So, last stream of the weekend before we come back on Monday for WardiTV Mondays. That's always a blast, of course. And, yeah. All of that goodness. So the Stalker's going to be there. The Reaper pushing back for a little bit as well. It's just going to fight back on this one. Just for a couple seconds. Not bad at all just yet. Just have ourselves we'll get the Twilight Council and company continue to come up as well. So again, bringing a lot of that into play just for the moment. I got that Twilight Council finishing over. Reaper's going to try and deal a bit of damage here with the sentry nearby as well. I'm just going to be seeing that getting bopped around, getting chased back a little bit. You're going to be seeing the Twilight Council and company coming through as well. So, getting a lot of that on the way in. And just see where we take this as we have the Medivac and a couple of Marines continue to produce through as well. So, just a lot of that coming up already. Reaper throwing a little grenade down. Again, keeping a little eye on just what exactly is going on in these initial few moments. And Hallucination obviously going to give us a lot of info here from Shameless. I really like this matchup. Percival has been playing amazingly lately. His TVP's been really good, and Shameless has constantly been able to challenge some of the Korean Terrans in the matchup as well. Such as I think a lot of the time of him versus Q has happened a bunch of times where actually it's been a series that comes out in Shameless's favor, or at least, you know, Shameless has been taking maps and so on, which I think is fair to say is a little bit of an upset, right? But yeah, it's kind of cool to see that that's been Shameless's progression lately, that he has been on the improvement and kind of leveling up and just looking better and better and better. Like I say, very happy to see him continuing to improve through. It's a pleasure to have him continue to play in our events. And the same with Percival, 2 guys who continuously play in our events and give us some great games. Super excited to see if either of them can make it out of this cup in the spring, out of this group in the Spring Cup. And you see the Medivac going to hop into toward the main base. Marine and a few Marines and a Cyclone continue to go around there for just a couple moments as well. And there's going to be some good damage. Going to get a few workers at the very least. Now the Sword's going to try and get the Medivac, but the Medivac holds back. There'll be 4 probes going down initially. A little grenade to pop the probes on a bit of a journey as well. And then that should be more or less wrapping up right now. So that should be that for now. So far, so good here initially. Again, tank, Medivac, the stim, continue to pull on through. Just get a lot of that on the way right now. Continue to bring this up and running for a little while. We've seen the Marines and the tank's going to come back over too. I'm just going to have the charge and Immortal on the way, but that charge is going to be very late. So I'm actually a little bit worried about this charge. To me, it doesn't really feel like that charge is on time at all. So I guess we will see. And tank a few Marines. There's Stimpak coming about. A few SCVs still coming over as well. A couple of Stalkers will start to fight. Marines and the tanks are going to go back and forth for a few moments. So a little bit of action in on all of that. We'll just see these Marines and the tanks still pressing forward to try and just see a little bit more of what exactly is going on and taking place. Stimpak, +1 attack upgrade coming through as well. The Marines and Marauders continue to produce through here just for the next couple of moments. Marines and Marauders, tanks, SCVs have pulled as well, so we are going to get ready to push at the front. The few pros are going to start pulling into this pretty quickly as its odds will charge in. Obviously, having the charge, it gives you a big aid in kind of defending this. The tanks doing okay, but not doing well enough. I don't think this has been good enough at all for Percival. He's going to lose everything. The charge being finished in the end actually is obviously monumental, makes such a big difference, and is going to mean that this one goes the way of Shameless. And with a defense like that already, this is looking very good heading into the next stage of this game as well. As, yeah, that's a fantastic starting point. Shameless now just walks across the map. That is a defense that kind of defines this game and should be able to send us through to a, I want to say maybe even to a victory right here and now. I don't know if this is going to require a whole lot more stopping and thinking. And got ourselves combat shield, concussive shells, and +1 coming through, so that's being brought up. Nothing really super duper crazy there, really. And again, the observer building on the robo for a few moments. Continue to bring that into place just for now. Back with the Marines. I'm just going to be coming across. Percival knows he's got to try and do some things to bring himself back in this game, so dropping is obviously going to be one way we can approach this. It's definitely a route back to success here, potentially, so we'll be going with that idea for a couple moments and seeing how it works. Just going to see the few Marines and the medevac then making their way over to, like I say, get involved and to figure this all out. The Colossus and the +1 attack upgrade coming through, a couple of barracks and the extra Marine. I mean, supply-wise, yeah, Percival's down about 20 workers. Definitely not ideal. Hard to really say anything other than that. Yeah, it's not ideal. It really isn't. So that part definitely not looking great. As we just have, again, Colossus the +1 and all the good stuff coming through from Shameless. He's very free in this game. He's got great economy. I imagine Percival is just going for one more push here. He was forced to cancel the third base on that little shove across the map we had. And since then, he's not really moved back into a third base, which I don't blame him for. I don't think it's really on his mind. I don't think it's something he's really considering in the slightest. And again, kind of rightfully so. I don't think he's in a position to really be thinking and toying with that at all. So I'm kind of on board with the current plan, which is to just... Sorry, he's got a third base in position. Okay, guys, start of the day. I will not lie. I was up late last night. You know, I was gaming a little bit. Sorry, I thought he was two basing because he was still on 46 workers, and I am just blind. You know what? Start of the day, we only got 200 people here. We'll just pretend no one saw it. If anyone asks, you guys didn't hear it. There is a third base, so he's not looking at two base. Then the Liberators are also just to hold this third base. I thought he was liberating up to kind of go for like one big shove, maybe get a siege that could kind of win the game for him, just on one big push and make it very difficult for his opponent to engage into. But yeah, with the third base, then the Libs, he just really wants to make sure he can defend, which is going to be a challenge right now. You know, defending is not going to be easily done, considering the fact that, again, he's behind in this game. But the Liberators, the Siege, maybe gives you a bit more potency to defend. And it kind of forces Shameless to maybe then, instead of attacking into you, play the longer game, which, you know, gives you more chances to get back into the game and gives you more chances to just step back through compared to where it was going originally. So, yeah, that will be the actual game plan here. Sorry, guys, just complete brain meltdown. Yeah. First game of the day. We'll call it a wash or something. We'll call it something. See a couple of Marines coming about. Just gonna see the Stalkers are gonna be right there as well. Try and meet them. As you are gonna be seeing these Stalkers actually getting a good little bit of cleaning up done. So a little bit of cleanup made right there. For a couple seconds now, just going to be seeing this army from Shameless looks awesome again. You're looking to basically try and play defense here as Percival, and I would love to see maybe just a drop or two on the map, just some threat, some opportunity to maybe say, hey, look, I could maybe do something here to do some damage while you're on the map looking to try and kill me. I know you can't really afford the units, but if you're not going to defend this anyways, which I'd say is a fairly likely scenario right now, then is it really so bad to sort of just say, well, I'll not defend it even less, and try and but maybe have a chance to do some damage. Now the prisms are hitting. We already see 7 workers. We just get rid of the prism. And the Liberator count is very good. Percival is definitely playing to his outs right now, trying to give himself the options, trying to find his way to just win a game here, despite the horrendous start of that tank push being shut down by the charge lots and everything else that arrived to the scene to help protect and defend. A bunch more SCVs still coming about here. Just going to be seeing that Storm, Gateways, Stargate, and the Dark Shrine all continue to build up at the moment. So again, we continue to bring that through. And this army is going to reposition itself back over toward the left side for a couple more moments as well. We'll continue to settle down here. Just going to see these libs getting sieged up, so they're going to get ready to partake also in the next few moments. Libs sieging, just going to be seeing the couple shots going to start going out. The Stalkers blink forward for 1 Liberator, but that's all they're going to find for the moment at the very least. Still got that Fleet Beacon and the Stargate coming up as well. A couple of libs getting shot at, so a few hits coming through. A bit more damage being done still. I mean, we kind of got to just tech up into the Stargates and the Fleet Beacon at this point, right? With this amount of Liberators, that's what Percival's looking for. He's looking to force this game into a later stage, and if he can force this into a later game, then what he's able to do is he's basically able to say, perfect, if this game is a later game than it was originally planned to be, I'm gaming, you know? We're playing, we're participating at that point. So I think you kind of take it if that's the opportunity you get given. Again, +3 attack, +2 armor, air weapons coming up. The ship weapons and the 2-2 upgrades coming by as well. Continue to bring a lot of that across. Stargate still cranking through the Tempests. Again, Tempest coming about. Just going to be seeing that air weapons continue to build online. So again, bring this through. And like I say, Percival's got the game he wanted now. Has Shameless done the right things behind all of this? I would say absolutely. I love what he's done so far in terms of, you know, you look at the map and you see, oh my god, it's covered in Nexus, right? You're covered in bases, so you've got loads going on in that regard. That's awesome, obviously. So yeah, I'd say we're doing a pretty good job in terms of setting up and giving us, you know, the best chance of success here, essentially, as the couple of Tempests, the +3 attack upgrade, all coming through as well. Big 3 upgrades, +2 ship weapons coming about. The advanced ballistics also coming through. The Vikings and the libs just gonna fight. So just gonna be continue to come over. A couple temps, just gonna keep firing their shots off. That Liberator getting very low. And this extra Liberator is just going to siege up once again. It's just going to take position here for a couple moments. Continue to settle this down. The Bion, the Medivac's pulling back toward the top side. So again, moving back in that direction just for a little bit. Shield upgrade coming through, +3 armor, Shadow Stride. All of that being built in for the moment. Just going to see the Bion continue to put some work onto this Nexus right here. A couple of Vikings still hitting the Colossus there. The Liberator is holding out. Able to get through, able to put a bit more work in. We're not going to be seeing this base over on the other side going down, but again, you've got so many bases to chew through, but hey, that is a beginning, right? You start to get rid of a couple of the bases here as Percival, and we're starting to talk, you know? We're starting to be in business, so there is a bit of a better chance of things right now kind of taking a turn in his favor. Like I say, him drawing the game out to this point has given him this opportunity that he was not really going to have otherwise, so definitely looking good there. Bion going to find another base. I mean, the thing is, he's killed the bases in the top, and he's actually starting to just work his way to the right side, so there's a lot of base he can start killing. Obviously, the left side bases are difficult to get to because those are protected by the army position of the opponent right now, which is the army, you know, literally right there threatening to jump onto your bases as well at any moment. So I'll be a bit careful of that and keep on defending there while, again, really reliant on the dropship play to the top. But I'd say this was effective. Knocked down a couple of Nexus, slowing his opponent down, forcing attention to that right side and giving himself more of a chance to keep holding to the left. While also, if he takes, a lot of attention away, he can maybe expand to the right side a little bit himself and get another base up that will eventually become essential in the grand scheme of things here. We can't go without an extra base forever, right? At some point, you do need to fight your way through to base number 5. So that has to come in at some stage of this. Plus 2 air weapons coming up. The shields upgrade coming through as well. So an extra little something coming in right there. Viking's going to shoot. Again, Viking count being controlled well so far. Doing a great job of things just for a second. The Vikings coming back around. We continue to go back and forth. Continue to put a bit more damage out just for a couple of seconds here. Continue to bring this all through. And then Tempest plus 2 air weapons. The plus 3 shields on the ground. Plus 3 armor on the ground, sorry. Coming up as well. Obviously starting to sprinkle High Templar here and there. Percival still playing from this kind of deficit from the early game. I mean, like I say, he's evened up the later game a little bit, but he's still, there's still elements of this game that Percival is behind in because of how this game opened up. And that part, those parts are undeniable. The, the bases that Shameless have, this moment in the game where the Protoss just kind of gets to explode and do as they wish, comes around because of how this game started. So, like I say, there's still the remnants of that kind of in play here at the moment. As you just see, Vikings going to try and get some of the Tempest in the center. A couple of storms onto those Vikings, and the Vikings do not find a way to get around the storm and jump on top of that. That would be nice. Feel like those Tempests were a little exposed, maybe. Although maybe there would have been another storm coming down if we weren't careful. Ghosts, Libs, Marauders all continue to produce through. Going to see a couple tanks already firing away. Here comes the army back in from the right side from Percival. Might get a good surround on this. A few SCVs are going to walk into a storm as they try and repair Liberators up. The Viking count is massive, and Shameless' supply is dropping downwards. It is not looking good for Shameless, as he's going to lose absolutely everything in terms of his tech units here. The Bio army on the ground, is it enough to keep going? Because what you want to see in this scenario is you want to see the chance to kind of come out of this fight and then go and continue through the ground army, right? Like, just winning that one fight specifically is not necessarily everything that we're looking for. DTs on the other side are being dealt with as well. They will not be successful. Even better than that, they get killed. They don't get away, so that's going to be an investment from Shameless. Both players lose a lot of supply here, down to 140 each. Shameless forced to spend a lot of his money to get back on track right now. That is where we sit at this current point. Again, a couple more molds coming about. That shield upgrade continuing through as well. Just gonna get the scan down, bit of damage over there. Too crazy. I see the attempt to jump on this base. I just don't think Shameless has enough to go into A, the Liberators, and B, the Planetary. The Libs, especially right here, very powerful, able to just stand there, and especially Archons. If they get underneath the Libs, great, but there was no way to kind of access forward in that scenario. There was no movement that was going to truly help you out in that position, so that kind of comes to a pretty bitter end, as you'll see the Immortal taking a few more shots of damage. Cannons over here are going to go down, as obviously that's the issue that Percival has. Anytime you actually want to break through anywhere, there are a lot of defenses to kind of work through to really break it down, so it requires a good investment of units to go and break through any of these positions. A couple of Liberators will try and set up a little further right now. Just going to see the Zealots, the High Templar, plus 3 air weapons, all of that still being brought into play. Pulling back again just for a moment or two here. Bion the Ghost just going to be showing up and just going to be tapping away at these cannons, so a few more units get over here. Percival able to put a bit more pressure in this position. Those 3 air weapons about to be done, as it's not really going to be that impactful based on the complete lack of air units currently from Shameless. And that is kind of my issue. Like, he ran out of units previously in that fight, and I feel like he really struggled to recover from that. I feel like he's really been afraid to kind of just rebuild the tech units. He's felt the need to rebuild a lot very quickly, which means ground army, and that ground army is clearly so far not being successful in really achieving much of anything, actually. So, yeah, actually pretty big deal is it means that Percival continues to take good trades in the aid of the Liberators. Pretty big factor. Gonna see the Stalkers, the Immortal, and all kinds of Zels being chased away by a Cloak Ghost. Units over here, once again showing up to kind of put the pressure on and to get some work done for these next few moments. Just gonna be seeing the ByuNs are gonna have to evacuate away, so we just take a second to pull out of this as well. Just run away from this one. Vikings gonna be here. The Liberators are gonna be once again delivering some pain right now, pain and suffering. A couple of Archons are still mixed in, the Immortal and the Sentry trying to join up together as well. Just gonna see those Libs are gonna unsiege, position themselves back over. We are going to see the Libs now actually pushing up aggressively too, so away we go up to this top side of the map into position and try and get to here for the next few moments. Bio units are still going big. A couple of Zels are charging forward. Can they do enough to really change things here? So far, I don't really think that they are going to change much. Just going to see the Zels are still continuing by. The Liberators really have provided so much value. The Liberators have been the absolute secret to this game. Credit where it is due. The Liberators have been the absolute MVPs of this game for Percival bringing it back. I mean, he may not be able to win it still. It's not done yet, but without the Liberator count getting as high as it has been, there's just not been a way for him to play a game like this one. They've provided the efficiency to work through the economy of his opponent that's been set up throughout this game. Right now, Shameless is still 30 workers ahead, which means he is down in army supply, and that's what is allowing Percival to stay in this fight and to keep this battle ongoing. What a fantastic duel for our very first game of the WardiTV Spring Cup, huh? An absolute belter of a game to start us off. Crazy business. A bit of Stalker and company coming across. Let's take a moment. It's going to be seeing the Stalker's actually going to try and push through here. Is that going to be enough to be impactful? It might be, actually. A few units that are over here are kind of running on fumes. As we have got the production tab is all about Percival, but what is on the map, again, supply-wise, he's very down on workers. Now, if he denies enough bases, maybe he can make it so that the worker count doesn't matter too much if those workers aren't mined effectively. And if he keeps taking good trades with the Libs, he'll keep finding efficiency to overcome the economy still, but it is getting to a very troublesome point. Right now, we're really kind of a bad fight away from Percival not really being able to recuperate and recover in this group again, right? So, yeah, I think that's kind of a scary part of this as well. So you can see the Libs getting there, the Ghosts fire unit's just going to step across for a couple seconds, ready to play that defense. It's just solid Stalker, so again, it's this supply, which is like, yeah, it's up there, but the army composition of our Terran play is just so significantly better, right? To like such a huge extent. Very notable right now still as we have the base going down here, though. That's a mining base that's actually going to be lost to Percival. That's a big deal. Anything that actually provides income and money right now is massive. Oh, a storm shows up. This group of units trying to fight their way through that. The High Templar stays alive. We do not find the snipe on it just to get rid of it for the future. As we lose the right-hand side, maybe Percival doesn't mind too much because he's going to begin to focus on the left-hand side. So that's also something else we can kind of look at here for a second. So Stalker going to clean up. Oh, it's going to be too much apparently. In the end, we finally get there. Percival fights his way back for 25 minutes, only for it to be a little shy of the mark. It is going to be Shameless to take the opening game, but what a banger of a series that we're going to have on our hands to start this day off. As it is going to go into server preference for Percival for game 2 here, which is going to be played on White Rabbit. Let's get White Rabbit up and ready to roll. Drop our lobby link down. Into this in just a moment, guys. So for Shameless to join us, obviously we've got some ads rolling for a moment or two early in the day. A long series always means that we have to take a moment just to make sure those ads do not interrupt our game and so on. So just a moment on that. Yeah, hope everyone is feeling great. What a great start to the day. A very fun one, a very entertaining one as Shameless joins our lobby. We ready ourselves up for another game of SC2s here. Ready, says Percival. Hopefully ready, says Shameless as well. And we can get ready to kick this off into this next game of SC2 in just a moment. Go GLHF. Let's have a look at it then. Let's jump in and see what we can find for ourselves. All right. Let's take this away. Into the game we go, as we're going to have ourselves in the bottom left-hand side. The Blue Protoss player who does find themselves up a game in the series. It is going to be Shameless. Up one here in the resumation. The resumation? That's not a word, but I mean, in the resuming of, in the restart. What? There'll be a word for that. It's not in my head at all at the moment, apparently. Of the WardiTV 2026 series here with the WardiTV Spring Cup. Again, appreciate you all joining in with us. Hope you're all having a good time. And let's get this ready to party on into game number 2. Shameless bottom left. And of course, then Percival trying to bring it back in the top right-hand side as our red Terran player to kick this off and into play for our second game of the first series of the day still. It's a banger of an opening match. Very fun one to kick things off with. Love to see it. Yo, what's up, chillin' Jedi? How you doing? 100-month resub. Oh my goodness, the big 100. That's amazing. Thank you so much. 100 is always crazy to see. There's so few people that obviously make it that far. There's some true dedication, support, and yeah, as always, super appreciated. But even more so because it's the big number, the triple digits. You only get to have your first triple digit resub once, you know. You only get it one time. Just one time, so enjoy it. Today is your day. Thank you so much for the big 100-month resub. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Just take a moment here to settle down. Cybercore is coming up. Factoring the command center coming through for a couple of moments as well, so bringing a lot of that online. Bring this about for a few moments. And this all ready to rumble. Thanks as always for many hours of great entertainment. No, thank you so much for supporting it. Again, without your guys' support, we wouldn't be here doing the things. So, yeah, I appreciate you guys big time. You guys really are obviously the heart and soul of this. Day in and day out. You continue to make it all possible, which is kind of crazy considering how many years we've been doing this for as well, is especially the kind of the wild part of it. Yeah, it's been a few years at this point as well. Adept currently boosting out of that gateway. I'm just going to be seeing the Stalker and the Warp Gate still building through. Shameless going to need a pause. Hopefully nothing too serious. Ping. Okay, yep. East-west right now, and that's generally the server that is a little rough for Shameless, so we'll give him a couple moments to try and get this sorted out. We can hopefully get back on track. All right, looks as though we are good. And we get right back to it as we resume this game and, like I say, get back to business here. Yeah, straight back to it, no problems. Get back into action and see what is going to be coming up. See that depth still moving around a little bit, so cruising about again. Cyclone, Marines, and the Medevac are coming online. You can see the few Marines are going to get there to chase that depth away. So again, pushing that back for a little bit. Still got that rover facility coming through. The couple of gates coming online. Probes, the blink, and the warp gate continue to come online just for the moment. Bringing this all through into action. I'm definitely going to get rid of a couple SCVs, then a few SCVs pulling back for a couple seconds, just getting out of there for a few moments and just getting back on track. Just going to be seeing the Liberator and the tank continue to build through. We're going to have the Marines and the Cyclone showing up. No battery here just yet, so Shameless might be in a little bit of trouble super early. Having to pull the probes like this is never a good sign. Uh-oh, we might indeed be in a little bit of bother right now as we try and make our way forward. It's going to be Stalkers going down already, 9 probes being killed. Yeah, this is disaster territory, I think, for Shameless, because he's not done yet. This Cyclone is still alive, and as long as the Cyclone's alive, so much more potential value. Percival has barely even lost a unit yet, by the way. He lost the Medevac now, and a couple of Marines have gone down. But man, it is kind of crazy because he still had what seemed like such a strong force available at that point. Still felt like he was just cruising through with a bunch of availability. Kind of wild on that one as we bring it back over. Prism, a couple of the probes continue through as well. Let's see the Stalkers firing up. Just going to get a bit more damage done for a couple seconds here. And you see Marine Marauder, Stim continue to build by for a little while. So again, bringing that into place. The Observer and a couple of probes continue to build through as well. So again, bringing a lot of that online. 14 dead workers is a big factor. Obviously, fantastic start from Percival as he looks to bring himself back in this game in a big, big way at the moment. Stalkers the Prism will try and push up. There's double bunker here, so we are extremely safe. Doesn't look like this is going to be going anywhere. We'll get a couple of SCVs, though. Shameless trying to try and step back in the game with this. Stim is finishing soon, though. We're going to get very close to having, you know, Percival and the ability to kind of get across the map and really take advantage of the damage which he's dealt here, which has been very, very sizable. So, yeah, definitely a big factor in the next few moments, you would imagine. Stalker is going to be dropping from that Prism. Tank is going to fire away. A few Marines ready to poke right there as well. Common Cursive Shells plus 1 attack. The Combat Shield continuing through. The Marines are going to get there for the Observer. You can see the other probes coming back around again. Going back into that for just a couple moments. ByuN's going to come around and start to move through here for just a couple of seconds. So bringing those straight across. We are going to see the Bion loading, and a couple of Marines will begin to go after a couple of the Stalkers there as well. So straight through for that just for a moment or so. And the gates, the probes, and the charge coming up as well. So bringing a lot of that online right now. You see the Marines able to do even more damage. Obviously a lead early, and that lead is continuing to grow at this point as we have the probes continue to drop. This game feels, unfortunately, a little bit as though it might just be done. The Marines and the company will be going down, will be getting cleaned up already. Yeah, 9 workers being killed. I think it's, again, looking as though this one really is on the verge of being wrapped up, I think, so... Just going to come across for a couple seconds. Just going to make our way through. Take a few moments to continue to settle down. Again, Widowmines, SCVs, Vikings, the +1 armor upgrade coming up as well. The Bio Tank Force with those medevacs still coming the other way. A couple of pylons will be finishing in a few moments also. The rest of that army still very much so gathering up together. Not really doing much of anything just yet though. Vikings, Marine Marauder, and the armor upgrade again continue to build by, but just a little bit. Marine's going to be stimming through, he's getting a little extra done as well. And just seeing the Widowmines going off. This army is not really destined to ever do anything. It's not really a very exciting fight if you know what fights in StarCraft 2 look like, because this from the very beginning didn't feel as though Shameless was ever going to really have much of a chance diving onto that. This army has done well and is going to see itself through to a very solid position. GG's to Shameless, and we get to go to game 3 for our own enjoyment. So we get to go into that in a few moments here. We'll get that started up, and we'll kick this off and get this ready to go, guys. So game number 3 coming through. These guys go in the distance. I have to run ads again because that first game being as long as it was is definitely just throwing the ad timing off a little tiny bit early. So just get that sorted out. And what is our map 3? 10K vetoed, Celestial vetoed, Old Republic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Old Republic. Cool. Couple of everything down, and we'll get this ready to begin, guys. Alrighty, just missing Shameless from our lobby. We should be able to get this started. Alrighty, go and GLHF. Got this cold, and let's kick this off, guys. Countdown to this game. Let's send it. Alrighty, let's get into it. Let me get this started up and ready to go. So kicking off into action in the top right side, our blue Terran player Percival, bringing it back with some good aggression early, while Shameless sits in the bottom left as our red Protoss. Get this on up and ready to party. Alright, so game number 3 here on Old Republic. A couple of SCVs chasing a probe down for a couple of seconds. Again, no Serral. Nope, Serral does not usually play in events like this. You will not find no Serral here. I do not think. And I do not expect. Yeah, Cyril is really much of a participant in these events, like I say. Command Center Factory continue to build across. Yeah, move our way around, just kind of just on this Nexus still, taking a few moments to get that settled into place here. The Stalker and the Stargate all coming up. Take a few moments. And a depth coming about. A couple of probes and that Stargate still coming through. The Warp Gate coming over. And Depth going to begin to shade out onto the map here. So again, just going to be moving that straight across. The Cyclone and the Marine still coming up. The Starport on the way through. Orbital Command being added into place as well. And again, the Stargate, the probes. Stalker and the Warp Gate, all of that coming online just for the moment here. Bringing a lot of that straight across, and yeah, the Cyclone, the Orbital, the SCV, and the Barracks. All good things being added on right now. The Oracle and the Warp Gate continue to produce through. The Depth comes shading across, and again takes a little bit of a peek up into what was the high ground, just to see a little bit more of what else is taking place right here. So again, bring that straight over for the moment. Cyclone will be there. Adept will take some damage. A couple of Marines come down this ramp as well. Adept will indeed fall, so Adept gets cleaned out already. Just for the moment. Twilight Council, Gateway, the Warp Gate all still coming up. It's going to see that battery is coming online as well, so continue to bring that through alongside everything else currently. Oh, yeah, the Cyclone going to be there. Cyclone actually getting a lock onto the Stalkers, and for a couple of moments able to chase the Stalkers away. So again, pushing those out, pushing them over to the left side. Actually killing one, and the recoil has to come down the other. It will get out of there. The recoil is good, but obviously pretty expensive to begin with still. No doubt. The Oracle, though, shows up, and a couple of SCVs go down. So Percival having to retreat from this. Is Antia obviously out on the map in the form of that Cyclone and the Marines. So yeah, he's missing a little bit at home to really deal with the Oracle. He's going to take a few more shots now, and he needs to be super careful. This Oracle can be intercepted, remember, because the Medevac is out on the map, so he can bring the Cyclone back in an awkward position. Actually gets the lock onto this Oracle, and he's going to get the kill. Yeah, like I say, I felt like this was kind of a somewhat obvious occurrence that was about to happen, because you know the Medevac's on the map with the Cyclone, so you've got to be so careful with that Oracle. You need to get it to dead airspace so much sooner, because the moment that Medevac comes in, you can have the mobility to move the Cyclone around and to get a bunch done. So, yeah, needed to work on that a little bit, and unfortunately was just a little slow in resetting backwards on that one. Marines tank, the Medevac still coming through, Stimpack still producing. The Stalker's trying to get underneath the Medevac, not quite going to get there. The Marines and the Cyclone regather. It's going to be some Liberator sieging up. A couple of probes begin to go down. Another Stalker going to warp in underneath as well. He's going to get ready to try and go for this Liberator. The slow warp in is a little bit comical, unfortunately. So unable to really do too much there. The Marines getting pushed back the other way. It's just going to get chased out of there. A couple of Stalkers still going to be shooting the Liberator. He's going to get sieged up again. Going to try and push this back the other direction. A few probes pull back over. Stimpack, Marine Marauder, Tank, Medevac, all building around. That stim is about to finish. And bring that through in just a few moments. And this all ready to continue. Stalker's taking some hits. Tanks are going to be good to fire a few shots off, so getting a little bit of damage done, if nothing else here, just for the moment. Again, having the SCVs pulling to Percival, ready to send this and just go. Obviously, any kind of Oracle opening comes with this danger of, hey, you committed into Oracles, right? If you've committed into Oracles, you're going to be in a bit of trouble. It's typically the way of things. A few Stalkers from the top side. Looking to maybe flank down on this as well. Marines, SCVs, tanks, all just coming over for a few moments. The Stalkers intercept. by a little bit longer. That Nexus goes down. The Limper sieged up. A few Stalkers going to get there to fight. The battery and the pylon both dropping here. Just going to be seeing the army's going to continue to the left-hand side. The Stalkers on the other side not doing much. It is looking pretty good for Percival. Supply in his favor right now, 81 to the 80. So supply definitely looking very good for him, in fact. And as we continue to make our way across this map just currently, the Stalkers still getting blasted. Just going to be seeing the bunker setting up again. Combat shield, concussive shells +1. Continue to come around at the moment, and we're now going to be seeing the siege on the natural. Shameless is looking brutal. He's up in army supply, but that's all he's leading in as these few Marines get through for the warp gate. We'll take that down. A couple of Zards still charging through. The probes coming across as well. And it does feel as though this is probably going to be just a little bit too much at the end of it. All from Percival. Shameless has lost too much. A lot of probes have gone down. These are obviously all very big problems in the grand scheme of things here, so yeah, everything is not looking great at the moment. Like I say, it's looking as though this might be just a little bit doomed. Plain and simple. Well, we continue to come about. Just going to be seeing the 21 probes dead, 50 supply lead. Shameless is eventually going to type out that GG, is going to give this one up, and unfortunately that will be that. Percival 2, Shameless 1, and Percival goes to the winner's match. Shameless drops to the elimination match. That will happen in a little bit. What a banging matchup to start the day, though, as it is going to be ByuN versus Yakov up next. We'll see if Yakov can put up a bit of a fight in this series. We'll get that figured out in just a couple of moments, guys, so getting this ready to rumble in just a few seconds. Alright, ByuN and Yakov we'll start their videos off. We'll just run the ads between matches, guys, and then we should have a little bit of freedom on the ads and throughout the games, at least from this point on. So that'll be good news. That, at the very least, should be good news. So it can take a little bit to get that settled down into place. A couple of videos coming through already. Let's bring that straight across. So far, so good. In the very, very, very early stages of this one. In terms of the videos. When I say so far so good, I truly mean they're managing to veto with each other. But they're here is also a thing. You know, they're both here. It's also a good thing. It will be the second matchup, then the elimination match, and then the winner's match, by the way, guys. That's the order we'll go for things today. So just giving you the heads up on that as well. Cool, cool, cool. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more video, and then we have our map picks coming online. You know what it is? Because we did TLMC last week, I'm still in the process of like going to type in TLMC for every single time I host a map to like, you know, to filter the maps down essentially. Every time I keep going to do it. It's not great. My ability to do it repeatedly or to try and do it repeatedly is impressive though. It is quite impressive, if nothing else. Boom, bada, boom, bada, boom, boom. Ruby Rock going to be our opening map. Perfecto. And White Rabbit and Winter Madness, I believe, are the other maps available here. So we'll get into this in just a few moments. Get this sorted out. That's ready to go. So yeah, Yakov versus ByuN coming up in just a couple moments here, guys. Get this on the way. We'll get right into this. Thanks again for joining us. Like I said, great series to open up on the day. Great starting point. Very exciting stuff as we, like I said, just a couple moments from kicking this out. Just missing Yakov and also need Yakov to set up the rest of the map. 6. Boom, boom, boom. Go, go. Everyone's ready? Let's get map 2 picked up first. Perfect. Alright. Maps are set, and we are officially getting started here, guys. Hey, what's up, Wee Shark? How you doing? 40-month resub. Good morning, Mr. Wardy. Spring Cup, let's go. Hell yeah, let's do it. Yeah, gonna be a fun one. Looking forward to bringing you guys these games. It's an exciting time. Might change the time of it next week. I forgot RSL is on, and well, RSL starts an hour earlier than us. It'd be nice if maybe we start an hour later as well, just to help things out across the board. It would maybe be cool or something, but yeah, let's never mind that for the moment. Let's get this started up, I think. In the bottom left-hand side, sorry, the bottom right-hand side, still got cardinal directions correct. It is going to be ByuN, our blue Terran player, just to start us off on this one. And of course, in the top left-hand side, it is going to be our red Zerg player, Yakov. Like I say, Shameless and Percival giving us a banger of a way to start the day. Let's see if we can keep that up going into the rest of these games now as well. There was a Rigel 741. Rigel 741. Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for priming us up today. Thank you for supporting the stream. Saying much appreciated. Thank you for keeping the love coming, guys. Thank you very, very, very much. And there's a queen, a couple of links continuing through, a couple of queens and a couple of links continuing through. The Reaper of the Command Center and the SCV continue to build about as well. Can you stim Marines when you're in the bunker? Yep, you just click on the bunker and press stim. Everything inside the bunker gets stimmed up in that instant. So yes, you can. Let's see the links, see a couple queens on the way through for a couple moments, so just bring that about. Just gonna be seeing the Reaper is gonna drop a grenade. The Reaper drone will get bopped around for a couple moments. One drone going down already. I see another drone actually taking some damage. It's a good start from ByuN. Already getting a drone kill is pretty decent here, and forcing a Spore Crawler as well. So great opening. Reaper runs in, does very well right off the bat. Very, very solid starting point there. Well, that TV is going to be delayed on the command center. ByuN needs to recognize that and fix that. Yeah, okay, we do get back on track. It's getting delayed there for a couple of moments. Nothing too major, just something to note momentarily. As do you have the starport, the command center, the SDV and the Hellion continuing through. This Reaper is still chasing for another couple of drones. Gonna get a little bit, nothing too crazy. Drone is gonna cancel up the Spore. Command center starts to build. The SCV's gonna get rallied down over there as the Lings and the Link Speed and the drones continue to come across just for now. Overlord just shows to the right side. Again, that link speed coming through for a few moments. The Overlord and Hatchery still going to be there. A couple Queens are going to push the Reapers and the Hellions away. Ling's still heading down over to the far right side as well. Against Impact, Viking, Marine continue to come through. The SCVs are coming online. So again, bringing a lot of that up these next couple of moments. I think it's actually going to get a good run by, and the Viking, I guess, can lift off to minimize its loss, but Yeah, ByuN out of position here, and the one Hellion that remains is getting a good bit of value, but is it enough? I mean, it's obviously not enough to completely clean this up, but at least it's doing something. This is trouble for ByuN, man. 4 SCVs down, and this game is going to be off to a little bit of a tilting start for him. Definitely not the beginning you're looking for here, plain and simple. You obviously want to see things go a whole lot better than that, as we do see the Hellion continuing through the last couple of Lings going down, the Depot Razors, and that really will be the shutdown on this for the moment, as Barracks, SCVs, Marine, and the Stim continue to produce through for a few more minutes. Let's bring all of that into play then. Get that going. The factory is going to get the tech lab onto it as well, so ByuN obviously definitely being put behind by this. Definitely now needs to figure out a way to step back into this game just a little tiny bit. It's going to be kind of a big part of these next few moments to get that sorted and figured. We've seen the SCVs, and the Marines, and the Stim all continue to produce through. And a couple of structures still continue to build up as well. It's just getting a lot of that underway. Bring that online for now. I was going to see the Queens gather about. Melee upgrades coming through. And the Hydrogen coming up as well. Let's continue to get that on the go here just for a couple of moments, so continue to bring that across. Again, melee upgrades coming about, one upgrades and that combat shield coming over as well. Hey, what's up, Ara Oran? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Appreciate the subarino. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you very much indeed. Well, we just have a few moments here. Things settling down for a little bit, so I'm going to bring this around and settle it in for a few moments. We've seen a couple of tanks gather around. I'm going to move about here for just a little, so bring this over for a few moments. We've seen a couple of Banes gonna get targeted. Marine's gonna live back into those medivacs, so I'm just gonna be seeing those pulling back. Since they're gonna come down over to the side, just gonna be seeing the +2 carapace, the +1 missiles coming over, infestation bit, and those lings all gonna build by for a few moments here. So again, we get settled into action. See the rest of those lings coming over for a couple of seconds, so again, bringing that through, stepping that away to the sides. It's going to be seeing the Hydras and the Banes continue to come about. Just going to be seeing the connections coming through, breaking through this base. So Yakov, he'll knock the base down. Going to catch the full medevac over here. In fact, making both medevacs, even the empty one going down. So ByuN loses a base, loses his action on the map, loses a lot of his potential to kind of continue through on this one. So that's going to be a little bit expensive. Just going to see 2-2 upgrades, Siege Tank and the Planetary Fortress all continue to build by. Tank and the Marines continue to gather up as well for another few moments here. So again, bringing this around just for now. Plug down the way up, Hive on the way. Lings the Queen and +2 missiles and melee all building about as well. So again, bringing a lot of these little bits and bobs into action right here as we just see the Ling Hydra Infestor Force is going to come running through. The Planetary has some work to do right now. Fungal Growth lands. And it is going to be hitting a few of those Marines, so a bit of damage being dealt on that. Just going to see the +2 melee, +2 missiles coming over as well. So again, continue to bring the rest of this just up to the moment. Continue to bring that through. Get this all settled. Well, ByuN is definitely looking worse for wear. No base on that right side any longer. That's going to be held away at I think a lot of things here realistically not looking ideal to say the least right now. So definitely a bit of a suboptimal situation. Can we find our way back into this? Will be our big question that we do not yet currently really have an answer to. The adrenal glands coming up. +2 melee, +2 missiles. Again, Hydra coming around. A few Marines is going to get the Queen there as well. Marines is going to run over. Just going to see a few of those Lings still dropping. The Infestor burrowed on the ground. Not sure if that can help right now. ByuN at least done a little bit of damage, but again, it comes at the cost of, at the very least, the medevacs. There are commitments here that are continuing to be expensive for ByuN to deal with. Tank's going to siege up, and Marines are going to come pressing forward. So just going to push straight into position there. A couple of Balins continue to go down. So a little bit of damage being dealt. Again, the Marines and the tanks continue to gather together for now. Now Bane just coming back around also. So again, resettling things for a little bit. Tank's going to siege. The Marines are going to run across. Just going to see the rest of the Ling Bane. Hydra Force coming through as well. Again, adrenal glands, +2 missiles, and that seismic spines. Continue to build in. Just going to see a few more of the Hydras and the Banes heading to the bottom. A few Lings are going to come gather up as well. We scan out. We're going to move back. A couple of Banes busting through. 15 SCVs going down. Yakov continue to keep this game in his favor at the moment. Continue to keep this just about going his way as of right now. And that Seismic Span is going to be a nice addition here as well. That +3 carapace still just threatening to come online, and maybe eventually we get ourselves to the Ultra Cavern here. I mean, we got the Lurkers done up, but a few Ultras to kind of really throw themselves in the front line of these fights and to really throw themselves into harm's way before everything else is generally only going to be a good thing, right? So something we could maybe look towards. The Marines and tanks regather themselves. Again, a couple of medevacs up in the sky at the moment. Asami comes back over to the left side. I believe it's just a burrowed Ling. Is that burrowed Ling that's there just watching? Yeah, what a great little kind of piece of vision gathering that Yakov gets from that. So it just tells you exactly where your opponent is at. And it's obviously very low commitment, as we are going to see the commitment through now of a Blinding Cloud. Tank sieging. Yakov needs to be careful here. You can't afford to just be letting units kind of go without, being cautious about it. You got to take the right fights. You got to pick your right moments. And that was obviously looking a little bit scrappy, as he is looking for the counterattack onto the other side. So looking to get a bit more done again still. Hydras, the Lurkers, the Banes, and the Lings, all of those continue to come through. This Marine tank force still pushing up. And toward the upper left-hand side, just continue to get going in that direction. We are going to see a couple of those drones in trouble. The Queen's in trouble as well. Yakov counterattacked for another 13 SCVs, but he just needs to pull this army together and get a cleanup on this force. It shouldn't be impossible. It should be manageable. Let's have a look here. There's a 3-3 upgrade still coming through. The additional Marine still coming about. Scan is still good. The couple of tank shots onto the Lingbane Hydra. Getting some work done as well. Here we are. So going to see Ling Hydra Bane going to go for a big run forward. The Blinding Cloud coming down. A couple of these tanks getting caught. The army just getting crashed into through and through. The Parasitic Bomb in the skies. And the medevacs are going to be dropping. ByuN is going to say GG. The start of this game a bit rough for him. And Yakov able to expedite the victory screen in his favor. With okay, it took a little while to actually get the final fight from Yakov going his way, but he got there. We got there in the end. And we'll set ourselves up onto Winter Madness for Game 2 of this BO3 series, guys, with no ads in between these games, because, like I say, we've been hitting the ad button pretty hard, just because we had some longer games earlier, but we've actually caught a moment here where we've actually going to be able to not have to shove the ads in your face, so take that when we can, is the TLDR. Let's be in a moment. Winter Madness coming through and getting this on and running, ready to begin. Alright, ready, says ByuN. Just waiting for Yakov to give us the confirmation. He's good to go, as Yakov could set himself up with Percival in the winner's match of the Spring Cup. A chance to make the playoffs for both those players would be pretty crazy. You know, it would be a really cool situation. So we'll see if that happens. Obviously, win the group as well, and you get to avoid some of the players in the other groups too. Groups B, C, and D are set now, by the way. Not public on Wikipedia yet, but I'll tell you guys who is in which group later on if it's not already updated a bit further down the line. Let me just double check I did send that message. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I'll share the rest of the groups with you guys later today, towards the end of the stream perhaps. As we have got in the top left-hand side, our blue Terran player here. This is going to be ByuN, and he is down a map in this best of 3 series. Looking to bring this back, looking to fight back into this game. Get this going. Get this all sorted. He's up against the red Zerg in the bottom right corner of the map as well. This is going to be Yakov. As we get this one up and ready to go. Game 2 of our series. Let's see if ByuN can, like I say, find a way back into this one or not. And Refinery coming up, CC on the way through, drones in the hatchery coming into place, the racks and the gas still building about, the SCV is still coming online. Overlord moving across for a few moments as well, just for a little bit. Just going to be seeing the Reaper coming out of ByuN here. Not too surprising in all fairness, so nothing out of the ordinary about that just for now. Again, Reaper coming about, the Orbital coming through. CC in the depot coming about as well, so continue to bring that online here. Just continue to crank out a couple Queens and the Lings. For just a tad bit longer. And the Marine's still coming about, just going to see that Ling speed coming up. Queens continue to produce online just for a little while. Lings want to chase Reaper. Getting shoved out of here. Pushed away for a moment or two. Yeah, getting chased away from this one just for now, and I'm just going to be seeing the Reaper pulling back across for a couple seconds. Queen, the Lings continue to gather, and again the CC in the factory continue to produce as well, just a little bit. So again, getting this all set up. Reaper's going to turn back down to the low ground. A couple of drones, the Queen, the Ling speed continue to build by just for a little bit right away at the moment. And speed coming through, the Queen and the Overlords and the drones will build into place as well. I'm just going to see that factory dropping down onto the reactor there. And the Overlord coming about, the Queen and the Link speed still producing. A few more moments. Obviously, ByuN wants to make sure he knows everything that's going on here. Does not want to run the risk of losing this series to like an unscoured roach attack or so. So this Reaper is obviously very important. Well, it does get pushed away now. More likely to see him trying to bring that back again in a few moments to get back involved. As y'all can see, a couple of those lings still going down. So a bit more damage being done once again. A bit more damage being found for the moment. And Queenlings and drones still building through. The Hellions are going to continue into the middle of the map. So again, down to the bottom side we go. Marine and the Stim Pack also producing through for a moment or so. The Overlord is still right there. Hellions again underneath just for a couple seconds. Again, Bayness drones, Lings. The rest of that's still building right now. Hellions go back to the middle. Again, Queens are going to be nearby. Again, the Lair is still building about. Hellions is going to get rid of another Crypt Tumor for a couple seconds. Playing cleanup. And doing what we can. Again, decent job of things so far as we settle down. The Hellions, again, poking about. The Overlord is going to keep an eye on those as they pull back to the other direction. More Hellions are joining us. It's quite a lot of Hellions, right? 8 Hellions. It's kind of the most you usually ever build. More than that really would be weird. But even nowadays, 8 Hellions is not the go-to standard like it used to once be. Doesn't matter how many Hellions there are. Apparently, Yakov's going to get the catch as he just picks off a bunch of those Hellions immediately. So major catch right there. Those Lings continue to chase. The Hellions are going to be there. And just going to be having ourselves the 1-1 upgrades, the Stim Pack, both continuing through for the moment. Blair and the drones coming online. The Crypt Tumors in production. And we have Yakov. Like I say, he's going to be super happy with this because he just removed all the map control of ByuN from this game. To believe Evo Chamber starts, we've got the Lair up. Do we Spire here? Yes, we do. He's going to go into the Mutalisks for this game too. And try and meter his way to some success as this game progresses on. And again, the Spire, the Evo Chambers, all still coming about. Hatch going through, the Lings and the Overseer continue to come about as well, just for the moment. One combat shields, a few Marines get underneath the Overseer to play cleanup on that as well, so again, just take that out. And a couple of Hellions there on the right side that are still kind of keeping a bit of map control going. They're going to pull back away from here as well, so they're also just going to back this off and retreat away. Well, the upgrade's still coming about then. Again, Spire on the way over. Hydrogen, the Bayness continue to build. Again, Hydrogen is getting very close to being done. The few Marines are going to get underneath that Overlord. Overlord's going to get picked off already. Tank is siege. Just going to see the hatchery finishing over on the right side. For a couple more moments as well. Combat shield still coming through. The extra Marines in the tank coming up. Tank, factory, armory. Continue to build through for a few more moments. I'm just going to have our Queens gathering back over once again. I'm just going to see the Marine tank force still gathering. Queen's going to take a bit more damage again. See the damage continue to gather back around. We have a few shots going off in towards those Queens, and with the meters out, problem is investing into these meters, they don't give you like a good fighting force right now. At least these few Marines in the front get caught. But we are going to be losing the hatchery before we actually get a cleanup on this. So we kind of go diving forward now. But like I say, hatchery gone is already going to make this feel very expensive. Meters continue to die, and that is really expensive. We really cannot afford for the meters to be dying in the grand scheme of things here. I think this is becoming a little bit too pricey overall. Let's see, the meters still going to chase around for a few more moments. Continue to push about for now. And the tank just going to continue through. Overlord going to take a few more shots of damage. A couple more hits coming in. The Lingbane Hydra going to be there again. Bane's starting to roll into the tanks, and the tank is going to go down. The Marines are going to try and fight back against those Hydralisks. Medevac just gets picked away. The last few Marines, they're going to run out of HP. It's kind of a while to go for me to switch into Hydras here. Essentially is a really crazy little something. I'm just going to see how Ling's going to move back away to the other side. It's going to be having the Marines in a fight once again. A couple of Lings going down again. A bit more damage being found once more on that one as we just see +1 missiles, +2 carapace, all still producing up. And a lot of those upgrades continue to build into play for the next few moments. Get that online, bring that into action. Nice thing, let's go augments. We'll be finishing very soon as well. A couple of those Banes just getting grabbed. A few Hydras going to be there. Marines back the other way. The army in the center going to go turn onto a couple of those Lings as well. Bane Hydra pulling back a little bit, a few Marines stemming through, a couple of those Hydras getting chased, a couple of those Banes going to get jumped on. Wouldn't mind going to hit for a few Zerglings as well. Nice connection. Anytime you see the mine landing, it's generally going to be seen as a nice little positive. The few Marines still chasing down Hydras. Hydras are expensive, so we can target a few of those. Amazing. Plus, you get rid of the Hydras, you get rid of the anti-air. That stops the getaway for these medevacs. These medevacs then are able to make that getaway. So away they go. And I'm just going to set on the right side for a little bit. On the left side, there's some Marines that are still going to be active here. The Banes are still rolling up. Flame Bane Hydra still trying to get in position on that one. And as you see, extra Hydras and upgrades continuing through. The Banes and the Lings still pushing in, and the Marines still pulling back. ByuN is just wrestling this one away from Yakov. The meter investment that just didn't do anything really is the nail in the coffin early in this game, I think. It's been the thorn in his side that's kind of really dragged him down the entirety of this game. He's never really been super comfortable since that got set up. So, yeah, let's kind of kept this as a difficult position as a couple of Mine shots go off. The Hydras will take a bit more damage. You can see the tank's still going to be there to help zone things back as well. ByuN holding that position very strongly. And game 2 of this second series of the day is also looking like a great one, because we're going to get ourselves a game 3 out of this unless ByuN has some major mishap, and it really would have to go very wrong from a very good position right now for ByuN not to kind of turn this into his advantage and in his favor eventually. So let's see. I mean, never say never, but definitely not looking ideal if you're if you're a Yakov fan hoping that he somehow pulls this through for the 2-0. So, yeah, like I said, the meters just really didn't do enough. And then the switch in the Hydras maybe actually does help in a lot of ways, but it's obviously not going to be ideal still in a lot of ways too. One Bane Hydras look out and around, a couple of Banes trying to roll at the Marines. Not going to be able to do too much. A couple of Widowmine and tank shots combining to help splash through some of the Banes. The Hydra army on the left side is not being contended properly just yet by ByuN, and ByuN actually supply blocked and maybe a bit out of position. This Hydra force is actually doing a lot of work. Doesn't matter if you're ahead in supply, if none of it is in the right place, third CC goes down. Man, that little group of Hydras that's just not being answered by reinforcements. Let's see if ByuN can at least push through on the other side. If Yakov can defend at the moment, I mean, that damage, I'm not going to say it's going to win in the game, but it's going to give him more of a fighting chance than he had, right? I mean, the big issue here is that the Hydras are still around, so the Hydras are eventually going to go and end up dropping. So that really is the biggest issue, I think, that the Hydras are going to end up getting picked away at here and killed off. And so you lose those and just in a position where every unit matters so much. Maybe if he'd done all that damage and then got away with the Hydras, I mean, obviously then we feel good about it because it wasn't no Hydras. The reason it was successful is because it was like 10 or so Hydras that were just out there doing their thing. A couple extra Vipers still in production. The +2 missiles finishing real soon. There's 3 Carapace coming around. The Lings are still added on. And 3-3 coming through for a couple seconds. Bio Force heading down that right side. Again, +2 missiles going up there, +3 Carapace. A couple of Infestors still building. Bio Army able to start getting a jump on this right side. A couple of Queens in the front are going to be taking some of the brunt of the damage just initially. Royals are going to keep pushing their way in. The rest of that Bio all gathering up for a couple of seconds here. One still running through. Just going to be seeing the Bio continue to fight. The tanks going to get going as well. Still seeing the 3-3 all building through. The Liberators, the Marine Marauder tank building up. This is our defense on the other side, this time from ByuN, and he's obviously in position to keep capitalizing over in the bottom right as well. So it really does, across the board, feel as though that is probably going to be good enough right now. And that medevac gets hit by the Parasaic bomb, ends up peeling away from this one. Fungal landed onto a chunk of those Marines as well. It's just not going to be enough. We've kind of seen the end of this coming for a little bit, and it is indeed going to go the way of Mr. ByuN for game number 2. So we get tied up 1-1. We go in the full distance in this best of 3, all 3 games to be played here. Get this started off for a third map in a moment, which will be on White Rabbit. So let me get this hosted on up. winner of this will advance on through to play against Percival, as mentioned before, and obviously as seen before. The loser plays Shameless in the elimination match. That will be Series 3 of the day. So Shameless versus either Yakov or ByuN is our next match, and then obviously the Percival matchup will follow that. That's where things are headed right now. So that's where we're heading to once we get this Game 3 ready up in just a couple seconds. ByuN says ready. Yakov says ready. Let's jump into Game 3. Decided map here between the two and the TVZ. Obviously, both players kind of getting some amount of control fairly early in the game to kind of see their wins kind of just capitalizing on that lead is what has seen their wins kind of come to fruition, basically. So let's see if White Rabbit has any early tendencies for someone to take a lead or not. Let's kick this off into play. Countdown is good. In the top right-hand corner, Yakov will be the blue Zerg player. And he is taking on the red Terran in the bottom left-hand side. We've got ByuN. Entry onto the natural. I'm just going to see the depot coming about, the SCV coming over, barracks coming into place, SCV in production, and have the refinery coming up as well, so just get that on the go for the moment. Hatch drone, building through, getting this started, and obviously nothing too crazy first couple of moments. We'll just, okay, we've got 40 seconds on ads, then I'll do the sellout section. Dun dun dun. Yeah, we'll do the sellout in just a few, guys. I'll get the sellouts ready. Orbital, Reaper. Both coming about. It'll take a few moments. Get this all underway. Yep, just going to pop through in a couple of moments. The Overlord is still coming over. It begins to make a move out towards the middle of the map, so heading up towards the top side. Getting that underway as well. And just getting all of that ready to rumble. Again, the Queens of the drones, the Overlord all coming through, the factory and the command center still building. Have ourselves the Marine and the SCV. Coming up also. Continue to bring that online in the next few moments. And Queen just going to be there, push the Reaper back the other direction for a few moments. The drone and Queen together, thinking about what they want to do. Reaper actually going to chase drone. Very nearly goes down, but becomes the spawn, saves itself. So nice little save. However, you're now delayed on a third hatchery. You're not going to get it up to the top side. This is what ByuN wanted to achieve here. He wants to force the third hatchery in the less than ideal position for the Zerg. If both of those bases are reasonable to take as a third, then obviously the one the Zerg wants to go to initially is the one they'd prefer to have, right? So ByuN stops Yakov from having this. And he's now going to just double check that he's expanding at all, make sure this is not a two-base play, sees the timing of it, so he knows that that is the case of things here. Again, you just get a little bit of extra info to work with for the moment. Well, just as we have a little bit of peace then, guys, I did want to just sell out a teeny tiny bit, and Chess SC2 is going to sponsor this with their 76-month resub and the hearts in the chat. Thank you so much for the support, mate. If you want to be as legendary as Chess, you can start right now by subscribing to the channel. If you're on Twitch, obviously use your Prime subs. If you've got a Prime sub available, it goes a long, long way to allowing these tournaments to continue. This is a WardiTV tournament, part of the WardiTV 2026 series, which is fully funded by you guys. We don't have some sponsor giving us the money for this. We don't have the, you know, some magical whatever like money tree that just pumps out WardiTV tournaments. Well, we do. It's called you guys and your support. So do consider supporting and helping to make this this tournament and all the other tournaments as part of the WardiTV 2026 series happen. Whether that's a sub, whether that is just liking and subscribing on the YouTube or following on Twitch and coming back and watching more in the future, all of it helps. The one thing we do have to bring your attention to, though, is, of course, the Patreon page at patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of everything pledged on Patreon goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize money for the 2026 series this year. So if you are enjoying the Monday Cups and this Spring Cup and the soon-to-be $5,000 Spring Championship, all building towards our $10,000 plus WardiTV 2026 Championship, like I say, get involved on the Patreon. Patreon.com/WardiTV, the best place you can be to support community-funded SC2. Check it out right now. And I appreciate you guys for listening to this out and considering supporting. I appreciate you guys. Let's get back to the action here. Just had to get it out at some point. You know, it's the Wardy tournaments. We gotta sell out a certain amount. It's the law. It's the law. If I don't do it, my boss shouts at me. Yeah, I get grumbled at later on. Who's the boss? You guys don't need to worry about that. He's really mean though. Don't listen. Don't worry about it. I'll handle him. You guys just do what you can, okay? As the Lings will make that play into a big group of Hellions, so probably not going to see much success here. Going keeping these Hellions alive is nice. The Roaches are coming, so this is aggression from Yakov with the lair follow-up. Banji already chipping through the Roaches is a big deal. The bunker is going to be done, so the Marines can jump in there. The SCVs can repair. Yakov is going to do some amount of damage here, but this is not going to be the game-ending damage he's looking for. A couple Hellions in the back will be great against the Lings as they stream in, although the Hellions may go down. The Roaches doing a good job of targeting those, I actually think. As we see the bunker obviously still standing as well, though. I'd like to see the Banshee maybe right-click the Roaches, just because I feel like we could get rid of those a little bit more quickly than if we just let the Banshee kind of run its course against the Zerglings. Any which way, it's a pretty solid defense here from ByuN. I think Yakov knew this was maybe not looking super great because he already kind of pulled away from this a while back, heading in toward the lair and heading in toward now the Spire already as kind of a follow-up. So he was kind of prepping for failure very early, it felt like. Against him, +1/+1 upgrades coming online from ByuN. The Baneling Nest coming online as well, so you can bring that through. And there's the double Banshee. Heads up the front, the Overseer and the Queen's just going to gather around there. Going to fire a few shots, and a couple of those drones are still going down. Going to see Queen is already dropping. Now a couple of these drones continue to drop as well. Again, 1/1 upgrades, the Spire and the Bane Nest, all of that continuing into play. The Roach Speed and the drone still producing through. For a couple moments, there goes the Banshee. Bye-bye and good night, Miss Banshee. You served your position on the map well. Again, Spire still coming through, hatch drones, the Lings coming about at the moment. Just going to run to the center. Yakov is not really in the business of losing units right now. He needs to keep units alive because of the way this game is going. If he loses units, he's going to keep on ending up in very troublesome positions, realistically, so he needs to try and, if possible, stay clear of those problems if he can. Marines step up, a couple creep tumors begin to go down already. Those creep tumors getting cleaned up, the Queen's pulled back over, Bane Speed +1 flyer attack upgrade continuing through. Lings still in production as well. One Marine in the front is going to go down. It's going to see the siege tank firing as well. And the Mutas thinking about making their arrival on the right side. Diving for the tank. Pulling back here. The Banes are going to slowly approach. Continue to kite backwards. All those Banes with no speed is so sad. We do, at least with the Mutas, pick off the siege tank. But every Baneling goes down with 15 seconds from the Baneling speed being in play. And that's obviously just going to mean that ByuN took another great fight here with 1/1 upgrades now completed. Every fight that ByuN takes for the foreseeable future is going to be with a massive upgrade lead and with more efficiency than it has already had the potential of being. I mean, we don't even have Evo Chambers on the way from Yakov, so we are just completely upgradeless for him for, not mind the foreseeable future, just for the future. Like, whether you can see it or not, it is looking grim for him. I mean, to the point where I'm thinking, is he just aiming to try and hit like a big Ling Bane Muta? Either kind of like an all-in where you just sweep up one fight and then you counter-attack full force, but I actually think he might just be trying to survive. Yeah, never mind like thinking about, hey, how can I be super aggressive and make something of this? How about we just try and survive, question mark, as the Marines come back over. Mutas are going to be there. The Lings are going to run back through the 2/2 upgrades, still building about. Marines in the medevac Gonna run away once more. Just gonna see a few more of those Marines still getting chipped away at. The mutas pop into death as the hatchery goes down, so no fourth base allowed either. Is obviously a pretty grim scenario and pretty grim reality that we're living in right now. As the Feelings counterattack and get a handful of SCVs, but just nothing compared to the lead that ByuN has established in this game. He starts 2-2 without Evo Chambers started from Yakov, so it's only going to get better from ByuN. And it's not like Yakov has this amazingly swarmy army that's like, okay, well, I don't need upgrades, I can just overwhelm you in numbers. No, he's down 20 army supplies, so none of these fights are going to have that kind of aspect to it. GG has to be called. ByuN is going to have that initial defense to really set the tone for Game 3, and that Game 3 goes his way as we get this tie broken, and ByuN will advance to the winners match against Percival, which means that we will be heading to the European server for Yakov and Shameless, two players who actually meet and play each other a fair amount. But yeah, Yakov and Shameless are going to play each other in the lower match, the elimination matchup here. One player will have their Spring Cup hopes dashed early, where the other will at least have a chance to fight through on the decider match against one of the Terrans. Obviously, in the Spring Cup, no prize money as well for fourth place, so the loser of this is just out, no prize money. I win this, and even if you just get third place, you get a little bit of prize money for participating and having won a series on the day. So there is that little bit of a bonus. Oops. Need to invite Yakov to the party. Throw the information out, and we'll hopefully get them videos started very, very soon, guys. Alright, we'll just run the ads. It obviously just makes sense. We can have a couple of moments here. Let's get this back on track. Alrighty. Alright, video's coming through. I don't think this is going to take us long to get set up for, guys. That's not going to be 10,000 feet perfect. Let me get that hosted up for you all, and we'll kick this off. Amazing. Yakov, Shameless, perfect. I was going to say Yakov was set up to play PvP, which I didn't think was going to be great. But he fixes that. And we'll kick this off into action. Alright, 10,000 feet coming up. We get this on the way. And Shameless and Yakov are about to begin. Take this into action. As we have in the bottom right hand corner, the blue Protoss player. This is going to be Shameless. Taking on the red Zerg. In the top left-hand side, we have got Yakov. Yakov is renamed to player on the European server. Not sure why. Just in case you didn't know he was a player. But yeah, this is his ID on Europe for the foreseeable future, so Yakov in the top left, ladies and gents, over here. Red Zerg. We do go gas. Cool. Extractor trick to start us off. So Yakov obviously cooking up something here on 10KF. He's been a big fan of that mine out on the right-hand side, mining out those minerals, usually with the use of the extractor that you would build. So you build the extractor with one drone, you mine the minerals with another. So you mine the minerals, you're going to build the extractor, then another drone's going to come across the map, and then continue to mine those minerals, and then basically mine minerals. With minerals in your hands, you go in the extractor, you mine gas. That gets rid of the minerals, which means you can then mine the mineral patch again with another drone. So instead of needing 4 drones, the same drone, well, alongside a drone that became an extractor, can mine out this entire setup. And look at the timing of it. Very well thought out. The thing is Shameless is just building a high ground wall off, which to me is just like a sign that he kind of knows what Yakov is doing non-stop on this map, and he did it like 2 times in the event we casted the other day. Like, he already did it a couple times in the King of the Hill, for example. So, yeah, I'm not sure if this is really something that I have a lot of belief in, because it feels like Shameless knows what's coming, but let's find out. And the Ling speed, the Lings, and the Queens will all produce through. Just going to get that on the way initially. A couple Lings go after a probe. The hatchery onto the low ground. And then we'll see the Zealot coming up. The Adept is now on the way. Pylon will be building. Get that started. And the Stargate probe and the Adept will continue to produce through from Shameless here for the next few moments. Again, that all on the way. These Zerglings will just settle down toward the center of the map. The Overlord is going to be here as well. It's going to have the probe pulling back into the mineral line for a couple of seconds. The other Zergling stepping forward, ready to try and jump onto the probe. A couple of Zealots are going to show up and be there and ready to support if necessary as well. Again, the Ling's coming back around. Nexus is just going to be placed down already. Just getting that straight in position. Having the few Lings jumping onto it. The couple of Zealots are going to try and swing their way around. Nexus gets cancelled. The Adept will shade. I mean, at least we're keeping the natural away for a little bit. So that is something, if nothing else, that we currently have in our favor. That is kind of about it for now, as a couple of probes still getting gathered through to try and provide aid over the course of this one. Drones, Spore Crawler, and that Queen continue to produce by, so again we bring that up and running. Just going to have our Nexus and the probe still building. A couple of Zealots and the Adept are going to work on the Extractor and the Oracle out from the Stargate. I mean, how expensive was this from Yakov in the end to delay his opponent, and his opponent obviously dealing with this because of the build that he went for? Like I say, I mean, to me it's very expensive because you commit 2 drones early in the game across the map. You get your own kind of Ling speed up very early as well. Your own hatchery was obviously late as well. That said, I mean, it is a very late Nexus on the side of Shameless, so like I say, maybe it has indeed done enough to kind of justify the position, to justify the scenario. Twilight Council building through, the Nexus on the way, adding a probe on, the Oracle pops out, heading over to the sides as well. The few Zerglings going to run up into the main base now. Just going to turn that back around. Another couple of drones coming by also. So drones still coming up. Again, Twilight Council, Gateway, probe in the assimilator. Sorry, probe in the Oracle. A couple of probes in the Oracle. Continue to produce through. Those things still going to be there. I'm just going to have our Twilight Council continue to gather around as we have the Gateway setting up as well. Resonating Glaives will start on the Twilight Council, so bring that straight across. A couple of those Adepts already going to make a move. Just going to be seeing the Lings going to come back around. Try and jump onto set Adepts for a couple of moments then. As again, the Resonating Glaives will be starting. So we see why Shameless is going to take this. I always like Glaives whenever it's been an odd opening. I always feel like, you know, an opening kind of being a bit weird is generally something that kind of lets Glaives take advantage, because it's so tough for the Zerg to find the right kind of setup defensively against Glaives. You know, usually if it's a weird open, they have to invest extra into making sure they're okay against Glaives. Maybe their usual builds are very safe against Glaives, but whenever you go weirder, obviously Queen count is going to be limited. Sometimes the unit count is going to be much more limited on the follow-up as well. In this case, apparently we don't like the idea of the Glaives. Maybe with the fact that we just lost ourselves a couple of Adepts, maybe just says, well, yeah, maybe. I mean, 2 Adepts shouldn't really change things, but maybe just the way he sees it. And maybe just the information gathering that's going on. He'd rather just now play Blink, so that's why Shameless is going to take it. As he is in a bit of a worker lead and an army supply lead. Again, Blink still coming through, the Stalker's still coming up. Nexus is over halfway done. Gateway in the Forge, continue to produce on buy. Oracle peels back over in this direction as well, so continue to get that going for a few moments right here. Again, Lair, drones, Lings, and the Queen continue to produce. The Queen going to turn back around and get ready to throw an inject down. And again, a couple Oracles still just gathering up together. Blink and the Blessed One still building. Stalkers and the Warp Gate coming online. The Oracles will head into the main base. Got the Revelation down already. I'm just going to see a couple of drones. Going to get grabbed as well. Nice little catch from those Oracles. Able to get 3 workers. The Queen's going to be there as well. Just going to run through. So it's going to fight. A couple Lings going to get caught. Spire is on its way. Melee upgrade on roach speed from Yakov is kind of like the Spire as a way to mix it up right here. Just going to see the Stalkers and the Oracle still coming over. I'm just going to fight. A couple creep teamers going to be grabbed. Just going to see the Extractor's taking some damage. I'm going to see the couple of drones going to get caught. So a couple of drones going down. The Ling's now going to try and run down. The Queen's going to show up. A few of these Stalkers getting jumped on. And we are going to see the Ling's going to continue back down in this direction. I mean, obviously it's a good amount of Stalkers and applying good pressure. The unit count just isn't here. And Yakov is doing so many things that's just not ready yet. The melee upgrade, the Spire, right? These are all things which will eventually help, but just not yet. Giving Shameless a little bit of a window to get some damage done. +2 attack and charge continue to build into play. The Oracle's going to drop a little Revelation down onto the Queens once more. And again, +2 in charge, still building up. The Ling's coming back over. Stalker's going to be there as well. And actually going to finish off that Extractor. Just going to take that down also. One's wrapping about. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers coming back through once more. Resetting things for a couple of seconds. He's going to run through. The Stalker's going to show up. Just going to be seeing a couple Queens going to be held back for a few more moments. We have a +2 and a charge, both continuing to produce right there. So those upgrades continue to come in a big way. +2 melee upgrade. The Flyer attack upgrade also coming straight online right now. And a few cannons coming up. The Nexus on the way. Probe +2 attack building as well. The extra Stalker still building by. You're just going to see the meters jumping onto the cannon. Now the Stalker's going to get themselves onto the hatchery. So again, across the board, able to start getting some damage dealt here. For a little bit. The Mutas will keep the aggression going. The Stalkers are still applying pressure, but hey, at least the Mutas have actually had a chance to get across the map. I felt like there's going to be another scenario. We invest into the Spire and we just don't quite have the chance for the Mutas to really come up and online and to really do much of anything, but that could not be less true in this case. We're actually going to see the Mutas being very effective and actually, you know, killing a bunch of probes and taking a lot of attention from Shameless back to his own side of the map. So putting him back over there. As you see the Stasis Ward catching. Few Lings. Oh, buildable Stasis Ward's coming off here, and actually the Oracle's still overhead as well, able to deal damage too. He does actually come back and kill those Oracles. I mean, that's just great because we've seen how annoying those Oracles have been. But man, these Mutas have really kept Yakov in this game. Without the Mutas, I mean, obviously without the Mutas he would have had other stuff maybe to help, but I actually don't think anything else helps him as much as the Mutas have helped by just taking the attention away from the front door and just putting damage out elsewhere. And Muta's still coming over. Stalkers and the Zell's going to turn back around. And a couple of Mutas still building up the Lings as well. +2 melee upgrade producing. The Zealots and the cannon on the way in. Armor upgrade coming through. The couple of Zealots are going to get after the rest of those Zerglings as well. It's going to be having the Lings escaping back through to the front. There's a lot of Lings moving through the middle of the map as well right now, potentially looking for a bit of a recreation of the mutas as well. So, going to base trade. Ling Muta likes base trading though. So, in that regard, we're going to be feeling pretty good. Obviously, Stalkers don't mind base trading too much, but it's just the threat of the mutas is the big issue. And obviously, you're going to keep producing units a little bit here as Yakov while your opponent is kind of getting supply blocked and so, although he's supply blocked now, so going to get halted a little bit. Usually, as you kind of shut down some of the production, you're able to kind of make things kind of go your way a little, so... Those mutas still fighting. 55 probes down. Shameless has basically no economy left. Here's the thing: is a lot of his units right now are in the the zealots and so on, which are not necessarily going to be able to do too much. And the Spine Crow is producing. Those mutas still coming about. And get after the assimilator for a few more moments. The Lings continuing onto the Stargate. Yeah, we're clearing out this main base. The few spines in the background are going to get taken down. Yakov just had a bunch of minerals to spend, so tries to get the spines up just as a cool way of doing something. He cancels those in the end, and he continue to rebuild. The Stalker count's an issue. We're going to dive in with the mutas here now and just try to make something of this. So in we go. Don't think it's really enough mutas. He's got a couple more mutas available. He's still got one or two more popping out. Another round of Ling's going to build too. I think Yakov should go home, clean up the zealots. Because if you get rid of these zealots, you can protect kind of your base, and then maybe you can take a larger fight a bit further down the line, would be perhaps the plan on this one. Might not be a terrible approach. The mutas do clean that up now already, so cleanup happens. Again, Lings, the muta still coming about. Pylon coming up. The Stalker's going to gather back around to the bottom side. Again, the pylons will build. Lings on the Queen, still building through. The couple of Zealots are going to wander into this mineral line, go after a couple of drones as well here, so try and find a little bit of additional damage. The Zealots are going to drop. A few drones already fell. Again, probes in the pylon still being brought online. As we try and play a bit of rebuild, I mean, obviously the mutas have the mobility. The Stalkers, if they blink underneath, have to be very careful, because a blink in could be very deadly as well if the Lings decide to kind of dive in that moment. 2 drones only. There's going to be a chance to maybe get a Stalker. We don't quite get it, though. And the blink gives us one more muta. This might be your best chance. Go right now and just go with the Lings while these mutas don't have blink. You can get on top of them. As they pull back to the batteries and the cannons, it's going to look pretty miserable here. It looks as though Shameless is going to have enough to win this game 1 in this elimination matchup of the WardiTV Spring Cup Group A. The mutas still going to keep it going. Are we? Oh, well, are the mutas actually going to be enough? I'm actually maybe about to be surprised, aren't I? I'm maybe about to be surprised. No, I'm not. For half a second, it looked like Yakov had a bit of a chance. It was a little closer than I thought it was. It still was too much from Shameless in the end, but it was a little closer than I thought. I thought, actually, I kind of believed for a couple seconds. All right, game number 2 will be happening on Old Republic, so let's get that hosted straight up, guys. Get this ready to go. Yakov joins, instantly says go, go. No one else is in this lobby yet. Go! Right now! He wants to forget about that last game and get into the next one, huh? Understandable, to be fair. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Alright, go, go. GLHF gets cold. We are indeed good. Let's send it. Pick this off into play. On Old Republic. Yeah, I had half a moment where I was like, oh, those meters are still going and the Stalker count's getting a bit, and then it's like, oh no, never mind, we're good. We're good. For half a moment, I thought we might have been, like I said, a bit mistaken, but oh, not enough for Yakov, which means he is down a game. The red Zerg in the bottom left corner is going to be down the map. He takes on his teammate in the top right, Shameless. Elimination match in Group A. Loser is out of the tournament. Winner goes on to play either ByuN or Percival in the decider match. That'll be Series 5 today. Obviously, currently, this is Series 3. We've got the TVT coming up after this, so that will be our in-between matchup. as well. So TVT into TVZ or TVP, depending on who wins this one. Simulator drops into position, Chrono Boost on our Nexus. Again, the simulator all coming up. And we have Old Republic. Taking a few moments to get established here. Game number 2. Hatch, gas in the pool. No probe scout, so Shameless going a little bit blind, but obviously not necessarily a super dangerous way. A little bit blind. I mean, it only really dies if you go up against like a 12 pool or something, so still kind of fine, just initially. As we have the Nexus built up from Shameless, so again, bring that online, getting that going. Getting this settled for a few moments as the couple of drones will continue to produce in. Get the cyber core down on this side as well, just going to get that in position. Probe going to come across, throw down some minerals onto the Nexus as well. Keep that going. It's going to bring up the rest of this through. Queens, the drone, and the Overlord continue to build on by. Again, Nexus and the cyber core coming up, adding another probe on for a few moments. I think I'm just going to Chrono Boost again. The drone and the Queen coming up for a little bit. Just going to be seeing the Adept and the Warp Gate coming online. Stargate coming through. Probe's building. Queen is going to shoot. The Adept going to take some damage. And you have the Oracle, the Warp Gate, and the Stalker still coming through. A couple of probies continuing about. And again, Queens, the Lings, and the Ling Speed coming up as well. Stalker going to shoot. Overlord will take a couple of hits of damage. Have ourselves the Oracle and the Warp Gate coming through then. Link Speed and the Queens continuing up as well. Just bringing a lot of that around just initially. The Oracle is still going to come floating over for just a little while, and the couple of Depths are going to be there as well, so gathering this all up. Yes, the Oracle going to get turned around the other direction for a couple of seconds, so bring that back over just momentarily. Five drones going down, so like I say, some pretty serious damage early. Definitely adds up against you. Again, they're building through. The few drones coming online. Twilight Council and Forge coming up. Our Nexus on the way by. Just going to see the Oracle and the Adepts still gathering about. A couple of Adepts are going to shade backward. The Oracle is going to go moving as well. Rotron Lair and the drones continue to be added into place for the moment. Gonna bring a lot of that around. The Oracle's still gonna gather together. Just gonna have our Lings playing back with those Queens. They're just gonna gather in for a few moments as well. Again, charging the +1. Continue to produce. Again, Rotron is building. Bring that online. They're coming up as well. Oracle's come back over again. Temple Archives is producing. The Robo Facility is about to be done. Extra gates and probes also coming into place. The Hydrogen Evo Chamber. Hatch and the Roach Speed. Still producing 2. For a couple more moments. We're going to relocate across for a couple more seconds as well. Just going to see that Prism still building up on the Robo facility. Hydrogen, Evo Chamber, Roach Speed. Continue to bring that around and bring that all into place. So I got a lot of that on the go. A couple of high tempers are building up. The +1 on the charge. Excuse me, sorry. We'll continue to build as well. And with the Queen's pulling back to the right side, the 4th base coming through. My voice is just going. Apologies, guys. Sorry. Oh, yeah, he cast 2 days in a row. My voice is just like, alright, we're done. Well, +1 in charge still build up. The Hydras and the Roaches will continue by as well. Yeah, Overlord Speed is going to be another part of this with Hydra Speed, Roach Speed. All the speeds are coming up. Overlord, Hydra, and Roach Speed from the Zerg. How important is mobility in StarCraft 2, do you ask? Well, let me introduce you to the majority of upgrades. Things go faster. Speaking of faster, these Zealots are going to be able to charge into this fight if they want to. I mean, I'm not sure if that's really enough. There's enough Roaches here to kind of be up in front and tanking. The Archons are scary, but with the Hydras protected, if they can just deal the damage and, be given the time to deal the damage, we should be just kind of fine here in the grand scheme of things at the moment, so it shouldn't be too problematic. +2 Storm, a couple of Immortals continue to come around. Just going to see that cannon continue to come up as well. And just range, missile upgrade, the Link Hydra Force. It's everything just continue to come through for the moment. And continues up that right-hand side again. Just going to see the Roach Hydra stepping forward for a couple of moments as well. Just bring this straight across. One Stasis Ward is going to activate onto the first Roach already, so it's going to get a grab on this. Nice little starting point, no problems. And then the Roach Hydra is still going to be stepping through. The Storm coming around. I'm just going to see a couple of Biles coming down on towards these Archons. The High Temple have to dodge backwards as well. The Zealots still stepping through. This Roach Hydra Ravager Force doing a lot of work here. A couple of Zealots are going down as well. It's going to see another Storm coming into place. You have to step back once more. And again, 15 Roaches currently producing. Another Storm coming in. The Hydras especially having to try and stay clear of this. Shameless is in a bit of trouble. Yakov's supply is good at the moment. And coming through with a bit of ferocity. Now, these Immortals are a little bit dangerous. We do drop a Bile onto one of them, which helps to pop its barrier and its shields. Yakov may need to just get the reinforcements going before we resume. There's a little bit of action across the map. We see a bit of blue on the mini-map on the other side. Yes, so some Zealots from the Prism are going to show up to put some pressure on as well. Drop a Lord's building from Yakov. He definitely wants to keep up the pressure here. If he deals with these Zealots in the Prism, he can just kind of focus back across the map. That would be really ideal, so he is hoping he can maybe try and do that. Once again, the drop Lords, the Hydras, the drones, +2 missiles and everything continue to build in for now. Let's come in. Roaches and Lings are going to unload. Just going to be seeing the Robo facilities potentially coming under fire. Roach Hydra Ravager moving up. Just going to see the other units are gathering back. Temple Archive is going to be in trouble as well. Storm dropping down. A couple of Immortals ready to fight. So you can see the Roach Hydra Force gathering back through again. And the Storm is actually very good on the Hydras still. 10 more Hydras coming up. The Lurker Den and Infestation Pit both coming online. 2 missiles is building. Archon again, a few shots off on the Dropper Lord. Yeah, Mortal and the Zealot still coming through. We're going to see a couple of probes coming about. The Hydra's going to try and chase the Prism. Prism will already be taking a few shots, so a few hits coming in. The Lurker Den building as well. The Hive continues. The Lings, the drones, the Hydras, +2 missiles. Little bits of everything coming online for the moment, so again, a lot of that building through. Hydra Roach Ravager going to begin to move back through into the middle of the map as well. Taking a few steps over there for the next couple moments. Immortal is still producing by Temple Archives, and +3 attack upgrade is also coming online here, so again, we take a couple seconds can see the drop lords loading the roaches up. And Stasis Ward settling, the Immortals and High Templars gathering back around as well. Again, nice contaminate onto the Robo facility. The Immortals and company is going to spread it back around once more. So got the +3 attack upgrade coming online as well. The drop lords now into the background. Hydra's going to step forward, going to get eaten up by these storms. A couple of Zealots are going to get a chance to jump on this. Nice storms. And you see the Hydra's trying to get back in the drop lords, give them some time to maybe get some health back on them. Obviously, the Hive should be a major raid point as well here. If you get Hive up, to be able to see a much more impactful kind of group of units from Yakov later in this game. It's going to take some of his swarminess away, though, right? Like, you know, waiting and putting investment into the tech units is going to take away from just the sheer amount of money invested into everything else. So, a little bit of a factor. A couple of Mortals is going to get there. The Hives get turned around. Again, +1 melee upgrade. The adrenal glands and everything else still coming through, including the Seismic Spines for a couple moments. Phoenix is going to hit the drop lord for a couple seconds. So again, we get a bit of damage done there. The Roach Hider coming through. The Observer needs to be careful overhead. The Overseer is going to be right there. And a couple more High Templar just warping in. Just going to see those few probes gathering up as well. And we just take a couple of seconds. Adrenal glands, Seismic Spines, all that goodness on the way through. Currently, like I say, getting to those lurkers, tacking this army up, and giving them the kind of the upgrades to kind of continue into the late game with. Looking very reasonable right now as a couple more Zealots coming down. The Seismic Spines is still building. Melee upgrade, Adrenal Glands, everything else still continue to build by. Try to back around the right. The Immortal Stalker, High Templar forwards into the center. This is a scary kind of push from Shameless, but it really depends on if he can get on top of the Lurkers. And I don't know if he's going to be able to. Maybe he doesn't need to. If Yakov runs that far forward, the Lurker's going to be out of the fight anyway. But okay, Yakov just threatens enough to force a bunch of storms out. Now you've only got 1 or 2 storms left with this army, which is not scary in the slightest. So you take the storms away essentially as Yakov by moving forward there. They are fighting and scrapping a little bit on the bottom side again, but looks like we're mostly just stepping back. Obviously the Nidus coming in at the same time. Could be very scary to deal with, having to deal with the Nidus while everything else is going on. Can create issues, especially when it's Lurkers. They're going to be such an annoyance to deal with. You need the detection. If you warp into units, they get kind of beaten up by it. Abduct a couple of the Immortals. We are going to lose the bottom side hatchery, so 5th goes down. Obviously, we are going to see these Lurkers doing well, but would have done better if 2 of them didn't try and run to the low ground. I think a little bit greedy from Yakov, maybe trying to run them down there and just get into too many positions at once. He's obviously losing a lot of drones as he loses them running back into this force as well. Just long distance mining and not rectifying that with so much starting to happen in this game. Is Shameless' supply has just dropped off and he's only on 33 workers. I don't think he's going to be rebuilding much of anything in this one actually, so it feels as though this might be all about Yakov in game number 2. And we're going to once again potentially just go to 3 games of this series. I mean, it feels like it. It's been a great group so far in terms of giving us the most possible games. They have not been players have not been disappointing here in Group A as the Immortal Archon force presses forward. The Vipers have to step away a little bit. Hydras, the Roaches spreading. Blinding Cloud in the back actually stops a couple of the Immortals from firing through. This is Yakov's big problem. He just needs to clean up this army one time. It's not easily done. It's a lot of tech units, so it is absolutely scary. There's a reason it's not just going to happen kind of, you know, in an instant. Can he get enough up? Can he gather it all together? He has a few units still being annoying from the Nidus network on the other side of the map, so he's still applying a little bit of pressure with that. Going to see another yoink on an Immortal, another yoink on an Archon. Now the other units coming back through as well. Nidus again regathering here for the moment. Those else still coming by. He's going to see the Immortals coming through. Look, they're still building up, hatching the gas coming in as well. And just look, it's still gathering back through. The couple of High Templar going to step back once more. We'll see at this point gathering up. Yeah, mothership going through. It's going to be having the Hydra, the Lings, Roaches, the Lurker coming through as well. You can see the Ling's going to run through. Probably going to get jumped on a little bit. Walls are going to be firing through. Just going to see the Lurker Den. Oh, sorry, the Lurker Den. The Nidus Network. It may as well be a Lurker Den because I get the feeling it's going to spawn a few Lurkers out of it. The Lurker Den on your opponent's side of the map here. And we see the mothership going through. Walls coming about. Hookers and Hydras all going to pop a row. And Hatch coming about, Viper coming through, Nidus coming in. Just going to be seeing the Hydra's going to be there, just going to chase the mothership for a couple seconds. As we do have, I mean, the entire main base of Shameless is owned by the Zerg at this point. Hydras and Lurkers have moved into their new home. Fortunately for Shameless, that's not ideal. Couple of ducks and Woodland the Archon going to get yoinked right there for a couple moments. And a couple more Lurker shots still firing. A few more hits coming in online for the moment. And got the mothership time. We'll try to recall into this main base, but the mothership goes down. Shameless is going to say GG. I think we've all been kind of feeling this one going this way for a little bit, but Yakov does tie this up 1-1 in this BO3 for the moment. Alrighty. Yeah, let's go game 3. What's our third map gonna be? Winter Madness. I don't know why I check. Winter Madness gets played in every single series in existence. Triple check it's winter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're good. Alright, just waiting for Shameless to join us here. Get this ready to rumble. How come units never stop to take bathroom breaks? They do. You just didn't make the final cut of the game. I was trying to think of something funny. I don't have it. What do you think the Marines do in the bunkers? There you go. Yeah, what's to stop you? Just gotta pee on the move, you know. Or if you just sat idling on a watchtower. I bet watchtowers smell of pee because they're just, you know, everyone's sat on the watchtower. Best time to have a pee, no? Maybe your only chance. Does Zergs even need to go to the toilet? Is this just an inherent advantage of playing Zerg? Your units do not need toilet breaks. Shameless needs a minute, that's all good. We have got ads rolling, so we'll just give it a couple seconds as well. Get back on track. Alright, Shameless just needs a couple minutes. He has a low FPS apparently, so he's actually relogging. So we'll just get that sorted out and get back on track. Hopefully soon into this next game and get this working. Alright, we're just waiting for Shameless to rejoin us. Like, give him a couple seconds and we should be able to get back on track. Kick this off. get this back underway. Seems like Shameless is relogging a second time, so a couple of minutes, guys. Hopefully we can get this one rolling again soon. Alrighty, guys. Looks like Shameless maybe changing his internets or so. So a couple moments, and like I say, we'll hopefully be back on track. And again, Shameless Yakov game 3 on the horizon. Then we're gonna have ByuN and Percival coming through. Do I have the other groups? Yeah, they're on Wikipedia. You can go check them out right now. They've been updated since I last mentioned it. So the other groups, just while Shameless is relogging, let's actually maybe have a peek at these then. So these are the other groups in the competition, guys. These are the other groups in the competition. So we have Group B, which will be in a couple of days, 3 days time. Shin, Nicorakt, Solar, and Nice. Group C will be Ryung, Zaun, Showtime, and Lambo. And Group D will be Christiana, Trigger, Cure, and Rogue. Of course, top 4 of this event qualify to the Spring Championships and prize money up for grabs. I kind of like this because we kind of have the most obvious players that win these events not really part of it, right? Like, there's no Classic, there's no Hero, there's no Clem, there's no Max Pack. So I feel like we're going to get a different winner, which is, like I say, kind of cool. And something that we'll be enjoying at some point, I'm sure. Yeah, very neat. So yeah, that's that is that. Players are ready. Let's add into this game again then, guys. Let's get back on track, kick this off, get this ready to rumble. So sending this right here. This is the play. It's going to be game number 3, deciding map. Loser is out. Winner gets to play the decided match against either Percival or ByuN, depending on what happens in that winner's match. Kicking into Winter Madness to decide this series. It's obviously, like I say, tied up 1-1. And we head into this game 3 right now. In the bottom right, Shameless will be our blue Protoss player. In the top left, Yakov will be our red Zerg. Is creep coming from an overlord considered as excretion? What, you think creep spread is just Zerg poop? It's kind of weird, because if you think about it, you know, creep spread makes your units move faster, but you also get vision anywhere that there's creep spread. Think about what that potentially means if creep spread is just poop, you know? Don't think that's a line of thinking we want to go down. I think we'll, you know what, let's just step back away from that conversation and let's go see what happens here on Winter Madness. If you guys like top high-level StarCraft 2 commentary analysis, don't forget you can support the stream, subscribe, donate, cheer. Check out the Patreon, patreon.com/WardiTV. Let's just sell out instead of talking about Zerg poop, I guess. Match guys, pool coming up, a couple of drones are coming around. Next is coming into place, just going to get that Cyber Core put down as well, just going to get that rolling. We do have ourselves the Cyber Core Nexus continue to come through for a couple of moments. Yeah, just see our simulator, pylon, Cyber Core coming through. Nexus coming up. Couple of Queens continue to produce on through then. The Overlord and the drone will be coming online, and we just have our Nexus Chrono boosting along nicely for a moment or so. Again, Queensling's drones coming about. That link speed is coming around as well. Gonna see the Stargate coming up. Next, will build. Again, the Adept coming online. The currently boosting on that Adept. Fading away. Just gonna see the Zergling's gonna try and chase after the probe for a couple of seconds as well. Building's gathering. There's the Oracle and the Warp Gate gathering around then the Lynx, and the Lynx speed can be kicking in a couple of moments. And Oracle and the Warp Gate coming about for a couple seconds. Get on the way. So let's get Oracle's activating, still getting after the Zerglings for a couple moments. Oracle Warp Gate coming in, the Lings are going to show up here, so this extra round of Lings early going to be good for the Nexus cancels. That's a success. Obviously, getting to cancel the Nexus is always going to be a positive, and that's kind of what you're looking for if you make a bunch of Lings early, slowing that third base of the Protoss down. The Queens are walking across the map, probably because the only real defense right now is the Oracle, so if we can get Queens and Lings over here, we can maybe actually put some pressure on. I mean, we're droning behind this, so we're not committing to like a whole lot of, additional units behind this, so that part obviously kind of then remains interesting, I guess. Oracle activates a couple Lings and chased away for a moment. Where the heck are we going? Lings and the Queens gather back around. Like I say, a couple more moments, just gonna regroup and rejoin things. The Twilight Council building, the Nexus, the Adept, and the Oracle continue to build. Yeah, here come the Queens. Like I say, with no stacked defense here, the Oracles are the main part of the defense. They're going to try and do what they can. Obviously, we've got the Queens to help. The Oracles are staying kind of at a distance. Now they're going to dive through. Obviously, no creep spreads. The Queens can't transfuse. We do get the cancel on the Nexus again, but obviously, it comes at the cost of your Queens. You could have kept these alive at home. Instead, we brought them across the map to guarantee the chance to deal some of this damage. And again, don't get me wrong, we deal some of this damage. That damage, comes through. That does happen. Spore, Lings, the Queens continue up. A couple of extractors coming by. Blink the Oracle and the Forge, the Gateway coming online as well. And that's going to be seeing the extra couple structures coming up as well. So looking good there. And the devs will continue to shade. I'm just going to be seeing a little bit of counterattack from Shameless. He puts some pressure on. Yakov, of course, in this game with Shameless. The winner advances, the loser is out. Going to see the Adepts getting caught there. Oracles do not have a ton of energy because we've been forced to defend across the map with the Oracles. They've been using their energy on the other side. So these Oracles are actually a little bit low and don't do too much overall. Not all of them even able to activate at once. Adepts in the main base will get a third drone. No Spore Crows to protect. And that is actually going to be protected for now. So a saving move for a few seconds there by Yakov. Thing's going to run across, a couple of probes going to get jumped on, a couple of stalkers are going to be there. Again, melee upgrade coming through, the drones and the lair coming about, the hatcheries being built as well for the moment, the evolution chamber still producing. And yeah, +1 blink continue coming through. Oracles do drop a revelation onto the few Queens. Where are we going to go? Couple more of the stalkers coming across, the Oracles will be there. Just have the, again, melee carapace, the burrow continue to come by. Temple Archives coming up also. I think it's actually going to get caught on the stasis ward, so we're going to get caught on that right side. And the rest of these stalkers are still going to come poking upwards. Going to see a couple of these Queens that we can jump on pretty quickly. A little transfusion. Queens going to turn. We finally get rid of one of those queens. The Ling's here to try and help us out. Hydro Den is not ready yet. Bane Speed not ready yet. Melee Upgrade's not ready yet. A lot of things on the way from Yakov that are just not ready yet is basically the problem right now. So having to come and deal with this. The Lings continue to run out of there. A few Stalkers will gather up. A couple Queens are going to be here. Just going to be continuing to put some damage onto said Stalkers for a few more moments. And melee upgrades continue by. The Lings will continue to run across as well. And the Stalkers still trying to hold their own. The Oracle's going to activate. A couple Queens already dropping. Are we going to be able to get rid of that Queen? We are not. Okay, one Queen gets away. Oracle's dropping, but it feels like Shameless has a bit too much. Like I say, Yakov was on his way to too many things that just weren't ready yet. And so Shameless looks as though he's going to hit this timing and eliminate Yakov. One of our Zergs is the very first player out of the Spring Cup, unless he turns this fight around. The fact that Stalkers are still lingering on the doorstep of his base does not really bode well for him. It kind of sets the tone, and the hatchery goes down. He has got a base to the right side instead. He's got 75 drones still. He's just missing a lot of the army, which he probably needs overall to truly kind of help this along the way. And as you're going to see, the Stalkers get after that Overlord. Overlord will take some shots. The Lings jump down to this Nexus. Work on that. Pick through this. A couple of those Zealots getting surrounded and taking some damage as well. Nexus goes down. A couple of Zealots, like I say, getting jumped on here for a few moments. Again, Storm and the +2 attack upgrade still coming about. The Stalkers moving away. Hydras get after and kill off a couple of the Stalkers. A bit more damage being done. The Zealots regather once more. Again, Storm +2. Prism on the way out. Nexus in the battery. Continue to build. Hydra's only got a Stalker once again. It's just going to see a few more hits coming through. Still got that Storm about to complete the +2. Halfway done currently. And again, Prism and the Nexus building as well. Hive and the Lurkers. Hive and the Lurker Den, I should say, on the way. So Yakov's got a kind of a future plan in action. It's just getting to that future plan is going to be a little bit difficult. The few Stalkers get after the Zerglings here. Just going to see that Prism pulling back around as well. Just going to see the Stalkers continue to come across for a couple moments. Again, +2 melee, +1 missiles, all coming about. The Lings jumping onto the Zealot for a few more moments as well. At the moment, continues to be where we are at. And a couple of Storms coming around. Just going to be seeing the Seismic Spines, the Lurkers, and the Hydras continue to come through. So again, seeing the Seismic and the Lurkers continue to come through for a moment. These units are going to push up. I mean, I still think there's just a little bit too much tech here overall. As we have the Stalkers coming about, just going to see the Storms coming through. The Lurkers trying to step up. I mean, these Lurkers are basically your chance, but they're already being zoned very nicely by the Storms. So that's already a pretty major positive. The Zealot Stalker continue to push up for a little bit. And that is going to be GG. GG. All right, Shameless is going to take it 2-1. He will survive for the moment. And we will jump our way over to the Korean server if anyone wants to be joining us there for this TVT of Percival versus ByuN. And again, the loser of this will end up playing against Shameless in the decider match, guys. So a couple best of threes remain today. This first day of the WardiTV Spring Cup has been huge. While we get these videos done, let's have a quick look at what this is all about, of course. Our little hype trailer for the WardiTV 2026 series, which is obviously what this Spring Cup is a part of. Spring Cup builds into our Spring Championship, one of the major events that builds into the 2026 series this year. Let's have a look at this while we take a couple moments between the games. Welcome to the WardiTV 2025 Championship. It's Championship Weekend. Oh, massive fungal growth comes down and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford at the moment. Blaze, just going to be seeing the fungal growth come through as well. Oh my god, those parasitic bombs have just killed absolutely everything. Oh my god. Here we go, Reynolds going to dive in. He does drop a mega fungal on everything. He's going to refungal as well, as this commitment will happen. It's going to be on the way already. We're going to get this Colossus quickly. We dive on it. The Stalk is pulling through for the siege tank, but leaves the Colossus unprotected. Units from the other side, SCVs. Clem is now picking up individual Marines to dodge Stalker shots because that's the level that we're playing at. On the high ground, the tank will go down. These Banelings are going to get massacred though as Clem just says no. And you're ready to blow up on the Adept. Oh, the worst Adept shade of all time. Classic is your WardiTV 2025 champion. .40 dominance. Obviously, everything in the 2026 series builds up to that end-of-year championship in December, guys. That will be coming through. Obviously, more information as the year goes by. So far, we've obviously had the winter season, the winter championship wrapped up a little while back. And that was won by Hero, who already seeds himself into the WardiTV 2026 series championship. Maps have been picked here. Tourmaline is going to be our opening game for this series. Going to kick this off in just a moment and get this ready to go. Second map, Winter. Third map will be Tidal Citadel. And get this, like I say, started in just a couple of seconds. Get this ready to kick off here. I don't think we're going to have our obs on this one, so you guys are going to have some wardy obs in. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The TVT is already, the two Terrans ready up. So I think we can go. Let me just double check. No one else has joined us here. I think we're probably fine to begin. I think we're going to be okay to send this, guys. All right, let's do it. Let's jump in as we have ourselves Percival and ByuN for this TVT coming up right now. Getting this on the way and kicking off into some Terran-on-Terran action. Tourmaline will be map 1. Let's see who advances into the Spring Cup playoffs. Let's see who will be knocked down to the decider match against Shameless, who Percival already beat in a pretty grueling series to start the day off. If you joined us a bit later today, you were watching the RSL instead. The first series of the day is the Shameless against Percival was actually quite the banger. I actually think the entire day has actually been really good. We've been to 3 maps every single series. We've actually just had really good games so far. Yeah, it's been really solid. As we jump into the top right-hand side with the blue Terran player to start us off in this best of 3 Terran-on-Terran action, it is going to be Mr. ByuN. Takes on the red Terran. In the bottom left corner of the map, we've got ourselves Percival. And like I say, game number 1 of this best of 3 starts up right here. Get this underway, get this started, and see what is about to happen. Obviously, TVT has a lot of different openings. We've already seen 1 gas from Percival, whereas ByuN is going to go for the double gas back at home for himself. So a little bit of a difference there. No scout from either player. ByuN's build will be a little bit safer, no scouting, because you're going to have double gas, a much faster factory, giving you the availability to kind of deal with things much more comfortably here, essentially. So in that regard, it's feeling pretty fine. Obviously, Percival is not under any threat just yet. He is actually going to scout. Okay, so he is going to scout. If you go 1 gas and you're looking to expand, you do want to scout because you don't really have a reliable way of knowing if it's a proxy or not if you don't scout. If you don't scout and you're getting proxied and you're throwing an expansion down the low ground super quickly, you don't naturally have the factory to help you defend, then yeah, you're going to end up in quite a bit of trouble pretty quickly, essentially. So it's kind of the dealio there. As that SCV pulls back over for a couple seconds. Let's see the Reaper in the orbital. Continuing to move through for a couple of moments. Commencing to build up as well. And factoring the reactor coming up. SCV on the way. Command Center, Depot, and the rest of this on the way by the setup going through. Just going to see the Reaper coming across. And it's just going to be moving around. There's nothing on this side of the map. ByuN has been blind apart from his own Reaper kind of stepping forward a little bit. And we've seen the Reaper pulling back. It's going to gather around over here, so we take a couple seconds. Again, Hellion, a couple of Reapers coming through, the factory in the bunker coming up, CC on the way. It's going to see the Reaper pulling back toward the natural for a few seconds there as well. Hellion, the Reapers, and Hellion continuing to build through. The bunker from Percival, he expanded more quickly. He's been safe. ByuN may be able to cut a corner or two from here. Obviously, he's going to have a couple more early game units, but it's going to be really tough to do anything with the bunker in position. The defense is just established. Like, Percival has designed this in a way that makes sure he's got this bunker established. He is safe. He is feeling fine. He should not be in too much trouble at all, essentially. So he's set himself up for this to hopefully be a success story in the near future. And just see the Reaper Hellion continue to come back through. Reaper Hellion comes by, a couple of Marines going to pop out, grenade is going to go down. Just going to see a bit of boppening. Like I say, it's going to be tough for ByuN to really do much of anything right now. Raven, Cyclone, the Marines continuing over. The other couple of units coming across. And we just have ourselves the Reapers and the Hellion pulling back along there for a couple of seconds. So bring that through. Let's see, he repairs up that Hellion, so we take a couple of seconds, get that underway. And the Raven, the Siege Tank, continue to come across for just the couple of moments. Yeah, Raven's building, tanks and the Marines on the way by. Interference Matrix, very standard stuff, getting the Raven set up. Obviously gives you a good little bit of control. ByuN hiding in this line of sight blocker as well at the moment, so just trying to stay nice and sneaky over there. Sneaky as possible. But Percival's not moving out. Percival's very happy to sit at home and just let this game keep on developing, so he's been doing exactly that. A few Marines going to turn onto this set of rocks over here as well, just looking to break through that for a couple of moments. And we are going to be seeing those Marines still gathering around, knock the rocks down. Do we want to move across the map here as Percival? Again, Matrix and company coming through, potentially. So is Percival now moving out? He has got an army supply lead up 33 to the 21, so quite a few units. The units step forward are going to get a lock on. A little afraid that ByuN is also just on a few units that are just much more focused for the earliest phase of the game, like Reaper and Hellion. Is not going to add too much here. Then again, Percival still has some Reaper Hellion brought into this as well. The three Ravens are going to have a big role to play on this defense, you'd imagine. Tank can be kept safe if the Ravens can play proactively kind of forward on the map, so expecting that to, like I say, be a big factor here. As everything else gathers it back over. And just take a second to get ready to send this. Here are the tanks. Siege jump quite far back, actually. Percival not going to go diving in too quickly, so he's going to give this a moment or two. He's going to let this breathe for a few seconds. Now I'm going to see that tank still sieging. The Ravens are still gathering up as well. Well, auto turrets go down. ByuN got the unsiege on the tank, so that's huge. Oh, but the Cyclone got the lock on, so the tank is still going to die. Yeah, the unsiege was important to pull it back during the Matrix, but with the Cyclone getting the lock on, the tank dies anyway, so Percival might be able to break on through on this tank. Sieging, SCVs pulling, auto turrets dropping into place. Just gonna have those Marines getting pushed back by that auto turret fire at least, but it's only going to be a short-term fix for a long-term issue, which is that your natural expansion here as ByuN is being sieged. He's going to pull the SCV, he's going to try and break out right now. Auto turrets come down on both sides, they try and fight each other off. We get a Matrix in the background, so ByuN had quite a bit of Raven energy to make use of. And he is going to settle for the cleanup here. 8 SCVs going down. A lot of the SCVs still pulled off the line. They're going to come and repair this Raven before they go back to work. Game does even up in a lot of ways already. One upgrade. Stimpack still coming through. The rest of this army heading to the bottom left. Reaper, Hellions. Oh, sorry, Reaper, Ravens. Marines and the tank still coming over as well. And yeah, the Marine going to get picked off. Going to grab that already. Still got the 1-1 upgrades coming through. I tell you what ByuN does have is obviously that Stimpack advantage. And that's not just Stim. It means he's going to have the combat shield advantage. So there's a way that ByuN, while down on workers here, might still have something of an opportunity. He may lose a couple workers to this lip. Sees it quickly. Responds to it. Unfortunately, one SCV did not get the memo that this base was off limits for the foreseeable future. Marine's going to Stim up here. There's another lip. It's going to siege, so it's just going to die. This one will not do anything. Like I say, Stim will finish from Percival, I think, before ByuN gets a fight going, but ByuN very likely does still get a fight here with combat shield versus no combat shield, which would obviously be very, very cool. As the Marines get back into the main base, we play cleanup. Tanks are going to come sieging across the sides. Again, 1-1 upgrade, Stimpack and Combat Shield still building through for the moment. Armory's on the way up. Medivacs and the SCVs and the Sense Tower's coming by as the rest of the army gathers once again. Marine Tank will regather again. Army spreads. We'll just have ourselves the, again, upgrades getting close to being done. Just ByuN, find a chance to cross the map at this point. I don't know if having combat shields over no combat shields makes him feel confident enough. He is going to move out. He might still be able to do something. Depends on the position. He sees the units moving up the left side, right? So you get the idea of that direction. Percival's going to see the units moving down the right now, though. So he's going to know this is coming. And he can set up the defense. He still has 3 Ravens as well, by the way, to ByuN's 2. So he will out-Raven ByuN, essentially. Also a pretty big factor. So yeah, I just don't think ByuN can really break into this. Probably has to play a bit of a slower kind of going game right now as the missile turret can take a few shots of damage. Just going to see the few Marines going to pull back across for a couple seconds. Still got the 2-2 coming about. The +1 vehicle weapons coming up as well. Marines, the medevac down to the south. And again, tank, Marines, Vikings continue to produce at the moment. Gonna pull back up towards the top. And again, 2 upgrades. I mean, the Marines pulling back over for a couple of seconds. Let's see the Marines going to push. The medevac's going back. Just going to see a couple more of these Marines getting caught. And again, Starport's Liberators coming back around. And the tanks are still producing through. Another scan for the moment. We get back to the center. We'll gather about just here. He's going to be having the Marines are going to stem across once again. A couple of Marines going to get jumped on. Marines on the right side from ByuN looking to get back to the middle of the map. We are going to have 2-2 upgrades in the vehicle weapons. Continue to build by. And that Sensor Tower finishes up in the middle of the map as well. So Sensor Tower is caught just for the moment. We'll see what the Sensor Tower is up. It's going to be hard for ByuN to push in, but ByuN is kind of taking double expands right now. Like, ByuN is setting up for quite the game. 4th base, 5th base, all coming online in position as well. So ByuN is really macroing himself right back into this. And it's a few moments early on the 2-2, but that's about it in that regard. Marines going to jump onto the other Marines. 3-3 will continue to produce from ByuN, so we'll see how quickly Percival gets to 3-3 of his own. He's a bit gassed off right now, so it might just be an opening we see from ByuN. That said, we're talking about infantry upgrades, and yeah, there's going to be moments where the infantry upgrades are going to be a pretty big deal. Once the missile turret just going to shoot, medevacs take some damage. Loading back down on the bottom side. Well, let's have a look at this fight in the center. ByuN's going to run into this. He thinks he's got enough to just break the tanks. A couple of Matrixes come in pretty late. Obviously not sieging his own tanks just yet. Funnily enough, you have air control there as Percival. It's just not really doing anything for you just now. A couple of libs get sieged up. Oh, there it is. Now he shoots down those medevacs. Okay, the tail end of this goes very anti-ByuN. That was very good for Percival. The tail end of that is, the start of it was very, very ByuN positive. But yeah, he gets the cleanup and a lot of units go down. Percival now up 40 supply. He's actually going to push across the map and may actually have a very good shot of making something happen here. The Marine's going to set up the Liberator Sieges on top of the tank on the left side. Just going to set up for that. Advanced Ballistics still coming through. +3 attack, +2 vehicle weapons continuing to come online. Infantry setting up as well. Marine tank lib all joined together. A couple libs going to set up over on the other side again. A couple of these tanks going to siege. The libs are going to siege. Marines are going to stem forward, and in we go. Just going to see those Marines are going to come straight through. The Vikings are going to get absolutely crushed. The tanks getting caught, captured, killed. Everything going down, but is it enough from ByuN? He's still got the Liberators causing issues. He's still lost a lot of SCVs. He's going to unsiege the Liberators now. Percival, as we relocate across, he's going to start putting these libs on top of the tanks, but extra Marines show up, and that means that ByuN is going to absolutely turn this around. The last few units needed to retreat away from Percival instead of trying to hold their ground, and by holding their ground, he loses a bit more supply, and ByuN steps back into the supply lead of the game for half a second. It's still now 136 to 140, but much closer than it was before. And don't forget, ByuN has a base coming up over here, a base coming up over here. He is macroing hard in this Terran on Terran, and he is actually kind of just out macroing Percival, despite a game that was definitely not in his favor for a while. Pulled back, tanks re-sieging. Well, Vikings get after the medevac. We peel away to the side again. Just going to see medevacs, libs, tanks, and the Marines still building through. +3 attack upgrade on the engineering bay. The few Marines want to get underneath the Vikings. We have the vision for the tanks there. I'm going to say we do reach. He does get the shots off in the end, but it's a tank for a tank. But a bunch of SCVs went down. Percival threatening him to the center. He needs to hit these corner bases. ByuN's starting to get economy off of there. That's going to be tough to rival, and especially if it goes unchecked. ByuN is absolutely going to start setting up into just such a powerful position there, so something for us to really, again, keep an eye on. +2 vehicle weapons coming up, the +3 attack upgrade coming through, Marine tank, Liberator still producing. We do have the Marines top left going to arrive toward the planetary. A couple of medevacs will do some healing. We pull back away for a few moments. ByuN actually has the numbers necessary to play defense here as well, so again, looking good back at home. Almost 15 minutes here on Tourmaline as this Liberator with the Vikings comes back across the top. And he's going to stim around. There's obviously these Marines of ByuN showing up. He's just going to stim away as well. Still just trying to pressure in on two different sides. Percival's supply lead has fallen away at this point. ByuN builds double starboard. Just stims by with these Marines. Gets past the army. No SCVs here. These Marines are kind of low HP. They're not looking to do much else. Actually getting in for something is nice. Maybe could have got the medevacs. He's still got like a sensor tower and a missile turret that's building up, so it's still some value up left of this base. Starting to get up a lot more defensively as Percival put himself in a position he could definitely do something about that location, for sure. So it does have that option. He's coming across the map, just a few Marines. Attempting to go for the medevac as they trail forward, but ByuN is paying attention, so he's not going to fall for that. Not going to make that mistake. Now ByuN actually going to stem underneath, and now we have a Marine on Marine fight. No +3 armor upgrade, by the way, from Percival, so missing an infantry upgrade. A big deal when you get Marine versus Marine battles like this one. Not to mention, obviously, he was outnumbered, but also out-upgraded. Does a lot for him. Now the medevacs load up. ByuN going to go for another big move around the map. There's a Liberator on the way to the top left. These Marines might intercept it. Wow, nice scan from Percival. Great scan from Percival, just identifying exactly where ByuN might be setting up. It's Liberator again, missile turreted. ByuN will have seen the Liberator, doesn't have a chance to kill it yet. I think it gets to dead airspace before anything else happens. Yeah, not going to be able to do too much else just yet. Marines stepping in. Tanks against siege, though. It's not going to go very far. We're going to maybe drop on top of the tanks. Oh, the double kill. The double kill. 2 Marines dropping on top of 2 tanks. Percival with a smooth move that looked like it was just going to be a donation of Marines, and it turned into 2 siege tanks for Percival. So that's a great one. We take those every single day of the week. And still gathering. The other units in the center, Marines and tanks are going to settle. Move forward a little bit. Marines, medevacs coming through as well. Turn up to the top. Raven, vehicle weapons, vehicle plate, and +3 vehicle weapons coming through too. Tank is going to go down. Just going to see that picked off. The Marines will continue across. And ByuN just looking to capitalize on any small group of units that he sees. He wants to get on top of them. He wants to deal with them and handle them as best he can. Maybe gathering. A couple of tanks will be sieging up once again. Again, Ravens, Vikings, all on the way up. ByuN building up a lot of air control for himself at the moment. These couple of tanks on this right side. Probably not going to be able to do too much. They're probably going to get cleaned out. The Marines probably want to pull away from this one. I think ByuN got a little bit caught up there because I don't think his medevacs were meant to stick around to get killed by Vikings either. So a little bit overcommitted on that position for just a few moments. Something to try away from as well. Tanks the Vikings gather about. Ravens, +1 vehicle plane, +3 vehicle weapons, all coming through. Just going to have the Viking tank Lib Raven army. Going to get across again, scanning up. Liberator going to siege on top of the tank, and that tank will indeed be going down. to the center. Scans coming into position. Again, +3 vehicle weapons and plating all coming online. What these liberators like to do, are they going to do something aggressive here? One of the interesting parts of this game is obviously look at kind of how the map's laid out. ByuN is taking both corner bases. He's basically giving the bases and the setup of Percival a big hug. You know, he's enveloping it and he's saying, hey, feel bad about TVT? It's okay. Come have a Terran cuddle. And he's doing that with his bases reaching out around the map. Percival very much so focused on the center. And maybe difficult for ByuN to break into a couple of these positions, but Percival is actually able to step forward and deny the forward base of ByuN at least. So yeah, Percival a bit stronger in the middle of the map. ByuN definitely much stronger around the edges and just has more bases there in general, but it's going to be really difficult to penetrate a lot of the defenses for Percival and to kind of break into his baseline bases. But that also comes because of the fact that Percival just has less to break into, so he has less surface area to defend. If he has less position he has to defend, obviously that's generally going to be a good thing, as ByuN takes a moment to kill off a few Marines, replace it with bigger and better units, Vikings, Ravens, more and more tech to just control the skies, and so just in general, again, just try and take full control of this game. The Marines step through, the other Marines coming back the other direction again. Two shots. +3 armor upgrade, +1 ship weapons coming through. The army on the bottom side settling here as well, as we'll have Percival with a chance to press through a little bit. Just going to see this command center morphing into an orbital. A little bit of trouble, like I say, Percival with a lot of the map control, but ByuN is ending up on the much better army in theory, with a lot more kind of commitment to the air. And he is actually pretty similar to Viking counts, but he has 5 more Ravens going into this fight. He loses a couple very quickly here, though. Both players eat the anti-arm missile. Auto turrets going down early. ByuN is going to chase. He wants to commit through. He wants to throw down auto turrets and let them get involved. Both players are going to go big on that Viking count. 8 Vikings on the way, 7 Vikings on the way in the production tab. Both players are resetting that Viking count up to as high as it can be, knowing that the importance of air control in this game is about to reach an absolute maximum, an absolute peak, as the interference matrixes go down. Those tanks are going to get caught. Just going to push straight in here. Vikings continue to get to work. Medevacs, Ravens, and everything going down. The auto turrets getting cleaned up as well. Continue to push through for a couple of moments. The tanks are going to go get jumped on. Few trade outs. Both players, I mean, Percival has a little bit less money than ByuN. ByuN has more workers in the game, which means Percival has more army supply at any point in time. You can kind of offset that a lot in the TVT with a lot of the tech units, right? The Vikings and the tanks and so on defensively. I mean, ByuN is going to outmine Percival with both these corner bases, unless Percival can make sure ByuN never, ever mines the center. But the moment he loses center control and ByuN establishes center control and holds this base, it's going to be really tough. I wonder if Percival should just be making some moves to these corner bases. It's not like ByuN has a lot of defense there. He doesn't even have sensor towers to see them coming in, right? Like, if an attack made its way in that direction, Percival doesn't know about the bottom right, but surely we can assume the bottom right. Anti-arm missile refreshes onto ByuN's Vikings as this battle just ensues. Upgrades are actually a little bit favorable to ByuN. He has +2 vehicle plating, where there's no vehicle plating at all from Percival. You can see +1 in the production tab, but yeah, that will actually be a big factor in these fights as well. You're just going to see ByuN's Vikings continue to trade out here. He's running out of numbers a little bit, but I think he's going to have enough to kind of see this through to the end. Just about everyone losing Vikings. ByuN still has a ton of Ravens as well, 11-2. That's the biggest loss for Percival, I think, is that he doesn't really have the Raven count coming out of this portion of the game. And now he's still trying to press through into the center, but the further forward he pushes here, the scarier it gets, because I feel like we're not far from seeing these Ravens really showing their value. I mean, I feel like we're already very close to just a few more Vikings, and maybe we could just fly in with these Ravens, push the Vikings back, the Ravens get auto turrets down, these tanks are going to melt very quickly, so yeah, potential issue there as the scans come about. The tank's going to pull off to the sides. And +2 ship weapons, +3 vehicle plating coming through, +2 ship weapons, +1 vehicle plating. Still, I think those upgrades are such a big deal for Percival, not having the vehicle plating. I mean, I'm not sure how much exactly adjusts the Viking math in terms of like, oh, well, you know, an extra Viking here versus an extra Viking there, and this is what it would have been. Matrixes go down, those tanks get caught. As we are going to be seeing the dive through. Percival with the auto turrets coming down, but that's it. All of his Raven energy has expanded now. ByuN's chance to come through. Matrix in every single siege tank. The auto turrets coming down as well. The Marines are doing their thing. We still have Raven energy left to spare. We will throw down a few more auto turrets, get the extra tanks. Percival loses a lot. He does not have the money to rebuild back into this at this stage. As you can see, he's absolutely not going to have the numbers to get back on his feet in that regard. So that's going to be very tough as well. Almost certainly A couple tank shots still coming around. We are going to move forward once again here. The Vikings will step up. And the chase will happen. A couple of those Vikings taking some damage, getting pushed the other way. Continue to trade. A few Marines show up underneath. They're going to try and push further forward as well. Not really going to be able to do much yet. Marines, tanks, the command center all coming online. The Raven and the +3 vehicle plating still building through. The couple of SCVs are going to walk to their death. They will not be able to achieve much of anything. And the missile turret is going to go down as well. Another couple of tanks will be sieging further forward. ByuN finally taking center control. Percival scans the bottom right. We'll see that base and should know that ByuN is way too rich for him to stay in this any longer. Another Matrix. The endless amount of Ravens, it feels like at this point, just keep doing their thing. We are going to take this fight, but now ByuN has better air control as well, and he's got tanks sieging into range of Percival's center position. 24 minutes gets it done on Tourmaline in favor of ByuN for game 1 of this TVT. Again, at Percival definitely led in for a lot of early moments. And yeah, Percival definitely had his chances early, but was not able to capitalize. As such is TVT a lot of the time. We're going to head to Winter Madness for a game 2 here. Just a moment. My maps are not loading. There we go. There's lobby link down in a second, my friends. Get ready for game 2 of this winners match. The winner advances to the playoffs of the WardiTV Spring Cup. Ready, says ByuN. Ready, says Percival. Let's click start and jump into Winter Madness then. Alright, I'm going to get this going on through. In the top left side, we are going to have the blue Terran player. This is going to be ByuN. And he is going to be up by a game after a grueling affair in Tourmaline. Go to Winter Madness for this game 2. Get this on the way. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just going to take my hoodie off. Actually, it's kind of a little warm in here. Give me 2 secs. And get to this game of Percival versus ByuN. Why I got caught, but we're good. Welcome back, guys. Thanks for that. So we have refineries coming down, racks and the SCVs coming up. And we'll see. A few moments again settled in on this one. Double gas versus double gas this time, so a little different on the builds. Obviously, last time we had Percival expanding very quickly. This time will not quite be the case, as we have a probe, an SCV, moving across the map just initially. Orbital Reaper factory coming through. Let's see the SCV stepping up, coming across right now. The factory building underway here for a couple seconds. Actors coming about, SCV Reaper coming over. Taking a couple moments on this one. Will patrol. High ground SCV coming back across. Reapers and Hellion coming about on both sides, so we get that on the way. CC's coming up, starport building through. Just going to have the Reaper of Percival going to patrol at the front for a few seconds. Just going to move that back and forth. Just going to see the Reaper with the Hellion coming back around. Gonna head around to that right-hand side. So Hellion Reapers coming straight through here, getting this up and running. Three Reapers and 2 Hellions gather up together. We've seen the starport building through. Command Center is about to finish up. Medevac and the Marines will come online. The CC is about to complete. And all the Marines coming around. We just see the Hellions and Reapers heading down to the bottom side. Coming across for a couple moments. Well, the units, ByuN is going to have the better numbers here, and he's actually going to get a dive onto Percival. The first Reaper Grenade didn't really go in Percival's favor. This is bad for Percival because he's not going to have defensive position. Okay, he's got a tank. I guess the tank is nice. Reaper. And we're going to call the Hellion as well, so we're going to lose all the Aliens. The problem is right now is that you can't go across the map with these units as Percival, because if you do, ByuN's going to come diving by and dealing a whole bunch of damage, right? So, something to think on as you just see the Medevac and the Marines heading to the upper left, the Reapers and the Hellions coming back down the bottom. And try and dive through. The tank is actually sieging. Okay, we bop the tank around. We're going to get the tank low, but the repairs helped it a little bit, and I just don't think we have the damage to continue through. Other units showing up. We'll get some SCVs at least. ByuN is going to put himself in a 5-6 worker lead already at the start of this game. And as we continue to come over. Seeing the Matrix and the tank coming across. 4 SCVs coming around again, just having ourselves the couple of Vikings will make their way through. And the Vikings will move. We are going to be seeing Percival, tanks, and the rest heading to the upper left-hand side. The Medevac and the Marines. While the Marines load into the Medevac and a boost toward the main base. One Marine pulls off over to the side. Trying to get information on this, but yeah, Percival's going to be in the main before ByuN knows it. He's going to have a tank here in a second, so shouldn't really be an issue. We're actually going to catch the Medevac. Ravens need to be careful to decide how they want to spellcast this. Are we going to auto turret, or are we just going to chase down? One Raven goes low. Now we're just going to have to do something. We Matrix the Medevac. It was a horrible fight for ByuN. That was honestly pretty much as terrible as it could have been, no? Like, these Ravens did not make good use of themselves. Oh, he gets the... Oh, that was horrible for Percival. ByuN got the Medevac with the tank inside, and then you saw the other tank get deleted by the tank sieging. Now we're going to be seeing the tank sieging up. Libra is going to be a problem for ByuN. I don't think we've got a good way to deal with the Libra right now. He does not have air control with a couple of Vikings. A few moments from being done, that tank does fall, so the Libra giving Percival a bit of an advantage. The Viking should have turned in 40 here because he's got the advantage in HP, so he can absolutely clear the air control out. And if you do save the Vikings, then this Liberate doesn't do anything extra, so now Percival loses his air control, and that's obviously a big deal when the Liberate was definitely going to become a problem long term. Scans going around all over the place, players having a look at each other. Another tank and a few Marines sieging up a bit closer to the front. Lib sieging. The SCVs are going to pull through. This is not good for ByuN. If we're going to have to pull the SCVs into this, it's going to be ugly. He's going to lose a ton of work as he'll clean up these units, sure, but the classic question of at what cost. A very high one. The couple of Vikings going to lift back in the skies. We are going to be able to chase for one more. The Liberator will take some of the shots. I'm going to focus back onto the other Viking here. We'll clean that up. The SCVs are still pulled off the line, though. ByuN's taken so much damage over these last few moments. This has truly been a disaster, and we are going to have ourselves ByuN in trouble at this point. So once again, Percival is going to get into a good position early. Let's see if he can actually carry it through this time around and see this through to a bit of a better ending for himself than how the last game went. Combat shield building up. He's going to have the barracks And a company coming around. The engineering base start the 1-1 upgrades as well. It's just going to get that on the go. Viking comes around, a couple of SCVs transfer over, a couple of Viking tanks joined up together. See the 1-1 and the combat shield all building across. The Marines, SCVs, and the barracks build up as well, armoring into the main base. In the center, this little Marine tank force wants to push forward as well. It's looking to just get out over there for a few moments. This tower coming down into position. Fourth base goes down over to the left. Now these tanks and these Marines are going to continue through the middle of the map, so again making a move across to the other side. Away we go for a few moments. Again, 1-1 combat shield building up for the moment. The stim pack about to finish from Percival as well. And those Vikings come back around the top. Again, Marines, tanks, medevacs, all building. On the left side, the command center dropping into position as well. Yeah, combat shield building through from Percival at the moment, so continue to get that all online. Come back across again, Marine tank army back to the left-hand side here. Another refinery coming into place, the Marines and the medevacs back into the center also. Pulling back upwards again, 1-1 upgrades, vehicle weapons coming online as well, so you bring a lot of that up. A couple of Marines are going to stim about for a few seconds as well. Just going to turn these Marines onto the set of rocks for a few moments. Just going to knock on those, try and work those down for a couple of seconds. Marines are going to stim, rocks will take damage. You can continue to push through this for a couple of moments right now as the 2-2 upgrades, combat shield, and +1 vehicle weapons all building through. The medevacs are going to join with the Marine tank Viking force at the same time here. Medevacs load again. Now the Marines just going to finish the rocks off. Just going to clean that out, knock that down. Down the left side, those two medevacs of 16 Marines making their way down to the south, and they're going to get ready to drop in toward the bases, so they're going to make their moves. To the upper left side, these Marines are going to stim up, and they're going to get straight through as well. Depot Sense Tower coming around, tank going to get jumped on and kill that off. And we are going to have the Marines on the bottom side going to get another depot. Still got the 2-2 upgrades coming around as well, +1 vehicle weapons coming up. Again, more Marines, more medevacs. Just work their way to the south for now. Take a couple of seconds here as the rest of these units all coming about to the top side. We have Percival pushing through, supply back into ByuN's favor by a teeny tiny bit. So again, game is still very competitive right now. Still kind of up for grabs here in this game too. Percival needs to win it to stay in this winners match. Obviously ByuN winning will advance him through. Whoever loses this best of 3 does fall to play Shameless in the decider match of the day to finalize this Group A of the Spring Cup. The Marines, the medevacs, the Vikings and everything join up once again. There's a few Marines and medevacs back out to the right side again. And put some damage onto this set of rocks. Stim comes down to help with that. And the rocks will be taking a little bit of a beating at the moment. Marines for a Marine in the center, now going to move over to the sides. Again, 2 upgrades, +1 vehicle weapons all coming through. The Marines are going to try and stim up this ramp. The medevacs will just lift, run, leave. Just going to get out of there for a couple of moments as we just have the, again, Vikings and the command centers continue to come around. And drop the CCs into place as well. It's coming around once again. Just going to be seeing the tanks and the Vikings and everything on the bottom side also moving through. Army resetting itself in the center. This force on the top coming across here. And a few Marines is going to stim back. Those medevacs get chased. Interference Matrix, a couple of Ravens, tanks, and the Vikings all continue to come through. The Marines getting underneath. The medevac's going to get chased. One medevac goes down. The other Marines going to get jumped on as well for a little bit more damage. We're going to find ourselves on top of a depot over on the right side. That depot going down already. Everything else pulling back to the center of the map here. A couple of Ravens and the Matrix coming through. The +2 vehicle weapons and the 3-3 upgrades coming about as well. 2 more starports coming up from ByuN. Yes, that's tower. Missile turret. The command center looking to get down the right side, so looking to get the 5 bases set up. Again, 2 Ravens, 2 Vikings, 2 tanks. And well, into another kind of lockdown, somewhat split map scenario between ByuN and Percival. Not fully split map just yet, but kind of heading in that direction. Very similar to what we've already seen, obviously, a little bit of earlier. As the Marines stem through, the Vikings, the medevac's going to be there. And a couple of Ravens coming about, plus 2 vehicle weapons, the 3-3 upgrades, all moving into place for the moment. Tanks for Siege. CC pops across to that right side, just going to get landed in a couple seconds there. Again, the Marine Tank Viking Force will come back over too. Couple shots, Marines taking some big damage already, still got the 3-3 coming around. Vikings from Percival actually get a bit of a jump on the Vikings of ByuN. Goodness, once again already working on those vehicle plating upgrades. I do feel like that was a factor in the previous game. Percival not really prioritizing them despite the lack of them last time. Let's lose a base over here. ByuN still has a 5 base setup, so for now, absolutely fine. Missile turret should deny at least 1 medevac here before it does much of anything. Second medevac will go down with a Marine inside, and third medevac will die as well, so if nothing else, these Marines are dying, and yeah, while we lose a few SCVs, ByuN just gets like 25 supply of Marine medevac, basically for no effort, so that's a pretty darn good deal. A few SCVs, very replaceable, it feels like, as well. We even want to replace SCVs, so did not love that drop from Percival. Sometimes you have a vision, and that vision does not come to light. That's Viking Marine Force tanks as well. Over to that left side, the Orbitals and the Vikings still coming through. 3-3 from both players will continue into the engineering base. Chip weapons still coming up as well. Just going to see a couple more of those Marines regathering. 3-3 upgrades, plus 1 chip weapons coming through. Having the medevac, the Vikings, and the Ravens continue to produce also. Cancels in the center, SCV going down, missile turrets and company going down as well, so the rest of that coming across. Just going to be seeing the tanks sieging up, tank being cleaned out as well. The rest of the Viking Raven Force coming forward. Here we go, Vikings going to start fighting. The Liberator splash damage, that's pretty impactful. The anti-armor missile is going to be more impactful, as one thing missing from ByuN is absolutely the Ravens, at least from this fight. He's got 5 of them, but they're just not here quite yet. Where are the Ravens at? They're just chilling at home. They've just been made and they've not been rallied, so just actually needs to get them into his army, and that generally would be a pretty good thing. You know, the big expensive tech units you make typically better with the army than not with the army. Believe it or not. Tanks will siege, matrixes go down. We got both the tanks in the low ground there. The Viking's going to trade. The Viking count is in favor of Percival. It does feel as though he's getting the better shots off in the sky as well. It just feels like he's getting a few more kills overall in comparison to ByuN. CC in the bottom left sets up. The few Marines come over. Vikings and the Ravens, the tanks coming across again. The few SCVs come over as well. Supposed to get the tanks hitting, and a few Marines still taking some damage. A few more shots coming in again. A little bit more being done. Just for the moment. Command center drops to the top side. They have a lot of bases heading up in the upper right, actually. Into the scan again. The Vikings, the Marines pull back around. Especially the Vikings, the center going to hit the Ravens. The anti-arm missile, obviously striking again, is a big deal. Does a lot for you here. ByuN obviously has his own Ravens now, so should be able to drop his own anti-armors. See if he can wrestle this late game TVT back into his hands. He was able to turn the late game last time around into his favor. He's again very aggressively expanding into the corner bases, something that Percival did not do a lot about last game until a bit too late. Time he's got a little bit more scouting coming through. You can see a couple of Marines stepping across right now, for example, so seeing them coming over. This base in the bottom left now will come up, so we might actually get more of a kind of an even kind of set of bases this time, which will make this an interesting comparison to the previous game, where ByuN absolutely had the eco advantage kind of through and through once it got to the later stage. You also get a lot more SCVs, but less army, but he's able to take such good fights anyway that it didn't really matter. Vikings, the Ravens come back through. Tank's going to be there. Marines going to come about. The auto turrets are going to be there as well. see the planetary fortress, going to shoot away. Order turret goes down, a couple tank shots hitting. The tanks, the Vikings, the Ravens coming over, just going to see the command center. Going to be taking some damage. Massive anti-armor missiles, so we break into this. ByuN got the order turrets down though, so he has the damage output advantage on the via the ground essentially, which means he can't really fly forward there very easily. ByuN just had the better position to kind of be fighting into. Order turrets again from ByuN come down and get a few more shots off. His Vikings still threatening to chase through. Now he's going to fight. We're actually going to get some Ravens here as they're kind of lingering at the front. He got at least 2 Ravens. Anti-armor missiles resetting at this stage. 2 Thors on the way, by the way, from Percival, so bringing those Thors up. Again, 6 more Vikings on the way out, the +3 ship weapons, the +2 vehicle plating, all producing right now. ByuN definitely, I think, overall, coming out in favor there. Resources loss is pretty even. ByuN now has a 2 Raven lead. Raven's going to be a big part of what kind of gets reproduced. Obviously, Ravens will go down these fights as well. Anti-armor missile strike, and the Vikings start to go at each other. Order turrets will come down as ByuN again looks to push his opponent away with these order turrets. They start to get a bit too much done. You can just see Percival's supply is plummeting. Is ByuN just winning this fight so convincingly? It feels like it. The order turrets just keep on landing and doing so much. I feel like the order turrets have been the absolute secret here. Percival losing infrastructure, losing these orbitals. It's not immediately impactful, but it's the sort of thing where it's okay. Those are minerals invested that now have to be reinvested to get the scans and the mules back online. ByuN's air army at this stage looks incredible. 21 Vikings to the 13, 8 Ravens to the 5. And that's going to be the majority of this game, because now you can control the ground with the interference matrices. That's why the Thors have had to come into play, because without the Thors, we just have not really had much of a chance here. At least with the Thors, you're going to have a bit more of an ability to fight back. ByuN might have to build a couple of Liberators just to kind of, outrange those Thors or to kind of keep them away. He's actually going to build a couple of Thors of his own. But yeah, he's absolutely commanding this. ByuN just playing a beautiful later stage of this game. This late game TVT has been absolutely spot on from ByuN here. 33 upgrades still coming through. Just going to have ourselves Vikings, tanks, the Ravens coming about. Army back through the bottom side. Couple Thors pulling back over. See chunks getting set. Missile turrets coming about. The Vikings are going to gather up again. Anti-armor missile under those Vikings. Shots are going to come through. The Vikings are going to get to work. A couple of Thors are going to be firing in. The Vikings will continue to shoot. Those Vikings taking a lot of damage. It's a lot of units. I mean, if you win the fight in the sky, you can land the Vikings as well to help if you feel as though you've got that much advantage. Although 13 Vikings in production from Percival, maybe we don't want to get over-eager as ByuN. And he doesn't, to be fair, just yet. He is slowly pushing forward and taking this middle of the map. And more tanks pushing further forward as well. Vikings going to shoot. Orbital taking damage. A few more hits coming around. But Orbital's going to go down. Then just another base. Oh, no, we save it. Didn't get the full shot off. He was afraid of the Thors stepping up. I think the Liberators and Liberans just make so much sense right here. You've got so much air control. The Libs absolutely guarantee you kind of a cleanup, essentially, in the long term. The one thing we don't have, we still have Ravens. They're just not here again from ByuN. They're just a bit further back and not part of this fight right now. So he doesn't get his own anti-armor missiles out, and yet he's still winning because he's just got that many Vikings in comparison. Despite Percival being building like 8+ at a time for what feels like minutes at this stage. Can't catch back up. Orbitals pull back through. Liberator steps up, just going to siege onto the couple of tanks. There we go. Liberator goes down. The Ravens are going to be here again. Lib's going to show up from ByuN. This time it's the Ravens from Percival that are doing a lot. Where are ByuN's Ravens at? Okay, they are here now. They were just absent for a while, right? He's not dropped an anti-armor missile in a hot second. Why so many CCs? Because you're building a very gas-heavy army. The CCs you can basically use for infinite scans and also mules, so you can reduce your SCV count, although we haven't reduced our SCV count. But orbitals are just very useful to have later in the game. Give you a lot of mobility and ability as well. Scans and mules is the TLDR. To say it's just a bit weird because we don't really need mules right now, but it's still an extra boost. And you just have the extra money, so why not? Vikings are gonna land, and then we're gonna do this. The lift and land scenario. We've got a few Vikings still on the ground that will damage the command center before much else happens. Again, +3 vehicle weapons coming up. Raven factories. Vikings still building. The Thors are on the way through. And a lot of the rest of this on the way up as well. Army back through the center. Gonna start fighting here. Anti-armor missile gonna strike big time. The Ravens are gonna come in aggressively placing those auto turrets. Now there's a tank to help push them back. Does ByuN have enough of an advantage to keep going through on this? The Viking count is in favor of Percival, but he will have some more auto turrets to try and help this battle go in his favor. He's got the vehicle plate upgrade by a single upgrade as well. This is a pretty intense lockdown. We're going to drop the auto turrets now from the top side. ByuN just has so much money in the bank. Like I say, Percival is constantly drained of cash, having to rebuild again and again and again. And Viking tanks and the Ravens still going through. The smart servos coming up. And Vikings that +3 vehicle plate upgrade coming through. Marines. Game did slow obviously a little bit. What's the resource lost like? Only 3.5k in favor of ByuN. I really expected it to be higher. Let's have the Vikings, the Thors and everything coming around. A couple missile turrets in the center. Starting to go down. Again, the Ravens and tanks still continuing about. So I'm going to relocate back over to this left-hand side. Just going to pull back over here with these Vikings. Everything pulling through there for a couple of moments. The tanks are going to get sieged up. We're going to step forward. Anti-armor missile into that group of Vikings and Ravens. It's a lot of Vikings right now. We are going to get the anti-armor missile in return. Do we have enough to push through? The Ravens starting to go down. The Vikings are going to trade. It's Viking advantage to Percival. Like I say, still an upgrade lead for ByuN, as he does have the potential to press forward and put an auto turret or so down, but covered by the tanks in the background. Press forward here. Matrix is on the ground. Army allows us to push in with the Vikings again. Orbital is going to take some damage. Gets the anti-armor missile off. No anti-armor missile in return. Nope, there it is. We do get it there as Percival, so he lands it down. Gets that placed. Still caught in the anti-armor just currently. Again, a couple of tanks coming through. The Vikings on the way. The Liberator producing. Keep scanning here. The Vikings and the Ravens come back around. The anti-armor missile coming into place. We engage through. Auto turrets coming down. ByuN has a lot of tanks to cover this area. So the auto turrets are getting messed up pretty quickly. ByuN, supply lead quickly out of this. He's got a couple of Thors in the low ground, holding the ground and holding the area. And Percival is still not going to be able to take this base. Kind of a big deal is Rich Vespi not being able to be taken, because obviously we're playing very gas-intensive units at this stage. Now the bottom left starts to get broken down. ByuN is genuinely making some progress. It's been a long time coming, but we are slowly slicing into the position of Percival here. Ravens are going to come through. A few auto turrets going down. I think it's fair to say that this one is probably just about going to be... Yeah, probably just about going to be enough on the side of ByuN right now to be in really stellar position. Percival is so reliant on the current mining that by not having that mining now, he's going to really struggle to rebuild. And so the next few fights, I think it is all just going to fall apart for him, unfortunately. Not fun, basically playing an hour of TVT before you have to play the decider match here. He's going to be very warmed up, but that's about all he'll be. As the Vikings will keep fighting. Going to take a few more trades. A few more hits coming through. ByuN is just obviously mining so much in comparison. These last few units continue to fly on forward, continue to land. Just going to see the orbital still floating across that bottom corner as well. Vikings just going to keep shooting. A few more shots coming down. Now going to have the orbital trying to get here, but again, ByuN just holds this position, and Percival is really bleeding out units trying to get in position to hold this and to deal with this at the moment. More scans, those orbitals still set up. Vikings will get to some trades. A few Vikings going down either side. The Thor still stepping forward. And Vikings, Ravens coming through. Vikings Liberator, advanced ballistics coming online as well. Seeing the shots coming by, the Thor going to put some more damage out. The Vikings actually land. You want to land the Vikings of ByuN. It's scary if you land the Vikings, because if you lose them, then your air control maybe disappears, but it didn't really matter. This was kind of set. GG's, ByuN 2, he advances in first place. ByuN 2, Percival 0, sorry. And ByuN advances in first place of this group. Congrats to Mr. ByuN. I don't know why I keep calling him Mr. ByuN today, I just do. But we'll hop back to NA, and it means we have a rematch from this matchup that started the day, as Percival and Shameless will rematch through, and we'll see that TVP kicking off in a few moments. So we'll get that ready, guys. More StarCraft on the way in a few. I'm just going to take a quick little break here. I'll be right back with you all. I'll see you guys just after this BRB. Into the game we go. As we have in the top right of this decided matchup, the Blue Terran player Percival won this series 2-1 when they played in the opening match of the day. It was honestly a great series to start the day off on as well. See if this one delivers to the rematch as Shameless. Can he get the rematch revenge? Finding out as we get this one set up. Okay, we're coming about. Probe coming through. It's going to be seeing the probe send up onto the natural here for a second gate, and the probe coming around. It's going to drop the nexus into place for a few moments as well. Get that started. CNC, orbital, both coming through. It's going to see the probe and the SCV crossing each other by a couple of moments here to get this TVP underway. What's up, Liquor, by the way? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. One last call today, guys. If you're enjoying the stream, you're enjoying the games, if you're enjoying the WardiTV 2026 series in the form of the Spring Cup today, you consider supporting the channel, whether that's a like and a sub on the YouTube, a follow on the Twitch, or if you've got a Prime sub available, and you're just feeling generous and want to support otherwise, then all of it's appreciated. Appreciate you guys for the support. I'm just tuning in as well. Let's have a great final series of the day. Again, I'm not going to be here tomorrow. It's day off tomorrow. But Monday we'll be back with the WardiTV Monday Cup. Tuesday. And further in the week we'll have... so Tuesday will be more Spring Cup action. And just more tournaments obviously coming up in general. SCV and the Marine making their way to the upper right side. The command center will be on that natural. And we just pulled back here from Percival initially. Just set back up. Cyclone the Marine still building through. Max on the way. SCV and the gas coming up as well. Twilight Council building from Shameless over in the main base. The Adept will take a shade forward onto the map here. So again, making a little bit of a move over for a few moments. Headed towards that upside. Just for now. Just bring this around. The Adept is going to go shading. The Cyclone is going to be there. Adept trying to get to the high ground is not going to be able to do too much. It's going to be seeing the Adept shade is not going to go anywhere just yet. Again, blink, warp gate, the gateway, and the probes continue to come by for a couple seconds. And yeah, bring this into play for the moment. The blink and the stim continue to produce by. Let's bring that up as well. Continue to get this on the way. Let's see if he just moves down the bottom. Probe sets up with the Nexus over there as well. Let's continue to get that online. And yes, Impact Marines, the SCVs, continuing through just a tad bit longer at the moment. Finally, will settle on the SCV and the probe coming back over too. The Nexus pylon, the assimilator still building by as well, so we bring that up and running for now. And the SCV just pulls back over to the right again. The blink is still coming through. Stimpack, Combat Shield, Marine Marauder production. It's all being brought up as well. A few Marines are going to pull down to the low ground there. The few SCVs gather up. And we'll just get to business for a few moments as well. So again, bring that over for a little bit of time. Oh, Shameless going to DC. Well, hopefully get this solved. Might be a out of the game and regame situation though.
Game paused.
I was gonna say we might want to pause for him for a second. I was about to do it, but Percival beat me there. No, we are not. Ping. No worries, mate. Take a moment. Get sorted and we'll get back on track when we can. Okay, we're good. We're back at it straight away. Keep the players moving. As you are going to see a probe scout. He's going to go down. And where are we going to go from here? Charge and the Stalker coming up. Combat Shield, Marine Marauder, Medevac coming by as well. Percival going to be on these upgraded ByuNs very shortly and might be able to put some pressure on with this. It's a lot of units that he has available to him right now. Medevac to support it as well. These Stalkers need to be careful. Now, there's no concussive shells, but if you walk into this and take some damage, it could be very bad very quickly. Also, we do have the blink, so we should be able to blink away here. One Medevac and Marines is going around the sides. Very unsuspicious, no? Like, if we actually just get this across the map and you're not ready for it as Shameless, that could be a big deal. The rest of the units can move forward at the same time, perhaps. I think, honestly, just a straight-up push forward could have been really nice. No battery here or anything. No Immortal for safety initially off of the Robo either. Charge would not have been done if we just kind of pushed straight away. Got two Stalkers here. They're going to blink back pretty quickly. Now we're going to recall the rest of the Stalkers in. These Marines are just going to unload and take the fight for a couple of probes so far. Stalkers blink forward. Now we'll just try and target. It does mean that the Stalkers are back home, so the rest of this army can get down to the bottom side of the map. The Zealots do not have charge for another few seconds. There is a battery on this third base, though, so the Natural might have been a better position to actually attack onto. Yeah, Percival's not going to see the chance to send this. I actually honestly think if he just walked across the map with everything, yeah, maybe the Stalkers do a lot then in that moment, right? Maybe they do a lot of, get a lot of value as you try and come across the side, but now charge is done. I don't think there's going to be much possibility for Percival to break through here. Right now, you have this really kind of tanky front line that's going to get in and do damage as well, so... And you're very Marauder heavy here as Percival. He does have the Marines back on the Natural. I think they're up to 3 worker kills, so a few more workers, but nothing too crazy. Medevac is half HP, and it's like I say, in the middle of the map. The issue really is just the Marauders do not trade well against the Zealots. However, we got a couple of Widow Mines. Unfortunately, they were trailing forward, and they go down. At least the Zealots pulled off to the side to try and get them, and so we actually are able to capitalize on that a little bit. As Medevac actually unloaded to deny this pylon. Shameless supply block from this one. The Robo Bay is about to complete. The rest of this bio just gathering back around. Heading back to the middle of the map here currently. +1 attack, Colossus, Nexus. Thermal Lens on the way. A lot of this bringing itself through as the Hallucination will continue to send itself forward. A few Marines get there. Hallucination gets taken down nice and easy. No problem just yet. It's again +1 Thermal Lens and the rest coming into play. Stalkers get a Marine. Zealots in the center is still gathering up. Eye on the mines off to the right side. So we're seeing the stim onto this, and we are going to see the Nexus in some trouble. Can we kill the fourth? Would be massive, but he would rather back up and just be very safe. Stalkers coming from the other side. We target down a couple of those against the Zealots. They're going to be very difficult to touch. That's really going to be the bigger issue of everything here. Let's see those Zealots still chasing through. Bio army continue to back it up. Bio mines gathering back around and ready to deal with the rest of that Zealot Stalker force if it moves forward once again. Nexus on the bottom. Finishes again. Colossus coming back across. +1. And the Thermal Lance halfway done. The armor upgrade also coming by there as the Zealots turn themselves back over to the right side. I mean, Percival still looking to pressure, but with the Colossus out and the Zealot front line, I really think more than ever before. Unless we maybe we could have dove on the Colossus there. A lot of Zealots were peeling off to the side to set up for run-bys. I do not love that unburrow on the Widow Mines. I just let them go off, because in this case, well, retarget this one. This one's fine, but by unburrowing them, you just let them die. The idea that they're going to have a chance to unburrow and reburrow when this entire army's chasing onto them feels kind of crazy. Maybe just a little bit of over-micro from Percival. Split-second decision obviously doesn't work out for him here. As we do have him on the 3 bases and an extra starport coming up. The Viking production will grow. The Ghost Academy online as well very shortly, so you can see the entire setup from Percival really coming into play over these next few moments. Load up another Medevac and just Marines, so this one's going to fly through the observers, so if Shameless is watching, he will see that this Medevac is on the move, and Stalkers immediately go responding in that direction to try and intercept this. Does he have the right guess on where the Medevac's at? Yes. Just. Actually, not quite good enough, but he denies a few Marines. Obviously, the Medevac will not get through. Like I say, flying through the observer is pretty big deal. Is this central? Nope, this is west of game 1. And the Vikings gather back up. There's also Colossus back around the right side. We get ready for a dive up the front. Just to attack Corona boosting along on the forges. And Ghosts and Vikings coming around as well. There's Bion going to sim into this natural. I mean, Shameless is just out of position for this. And this is an amazing pylon that's going to power so much of the front. And you obviously see the recall coming down. We got a Stalker 2 that turned around as well. No Colossus in the recall, so the Vikings can't kind of take a few pot shots or anything. Percival is just going to make a getaway. Good dive. Denies a lot of the production for a little bit. Would have been nice to have actually been able to kill the forge, kill the robo facility, right? But just didn't have enough time for that. As this medevac low on HP from before, that's going to find its way back over here, and we'll actually be able to stim up for a few probes at least. So couldn't even stim. Still got a few workers. Bit of a distraction, and just trying to punish Shameless if he was actually moving across the map with everything. Is the balance council still a thing? No. Balance council's not been a thing for 2-3 years now. A long time. Stalkers, the Zealots, and the Colossus coming back through. The Disruptor still setting up. The Bio Viking force is gathering in the middle of the map still. And we're going to see ourselves the Obs on the right side getting caught. Percival able to catch that as the Marine continue onto that Zealot. Zealot gets picked off here. 7 SCVs going down. We are going to see the ByuN still going to be across. More of these Zealots going down still. Disruptor going to be finishing up. Obviously, Disruptor's been added into this army. We're going to see a little fight in the center. A couple of Liberators getting siege are going to be a big part of the defense on this army from here on out. I would imagine. How many times we're just going to see the single medevac of 8 Marines? Percival constantly just trying this as a way to get in and potentially deal damage. Let's start trading with the Warpins. Gets rid of a Zealot, gets rid of a Stalker without Blink Micro. Just going to get rid of 2 Stalkers and a Zealot so far. 2 Zealots now. Which is really not a bad deal. But I mean, for 8 Marines and a medevac, very cheap investment. It's a bit, obviously, forces of war, but not the end of the world from Shameless either, right? It's units that he won't really miss, but still not bad for Percival to be able to find a little extra on this. Wouldn't mind looking to set up onto the Stalker, perhaps. Actually going to try and take this fight. Good EMP into this. Has to dodge back away from the Disruptor shot. The Vikings just going huge on the Colossus. Did not quite find the final one, but got a lot of damage out before they got pushed back. Having an Nexus here from Shameless is kind of wild. He's in that phase of the game where he's just going to kind of mass expand. And Percival not mass expanding, but investing heavily on his tech units, right? Having all these libs and these ghosts. Going to make his army a very difficult army to engage into. The Vikings really want to get rid of that last Colossus. Still not quite be able to just yet, though. Even without the Colossus, this army is pretty viable because of the Disruptors able to zone so heavily. Can do a lot of work. Just going to come through. Just going to see the Nexus. Going to get jumped on as well. Just going to take that down. A couple more Marauders here, so we're losing the base. A lot going on. We are going to see on this side of the map how's this going to go. The Liberator is kind of holding its own. We blinked forward. We did not target fire the Liberator correctly. Actually, Liberator gets a lot of shots off it. Maybe shouldn't have. There's not really anything to kind of stop this Bioforce over in this natural expansion. The Robos are here. The Forge is here. A lot of the important tech is over here as the basic analysis of this one. This is going to be an issue. I don't think Shameless is doing enough on the other side. He's still going to... Okay, maybe he still will do a lot more with the Zealot Stalker that's over there. I'm going to see DT showing up as well. Scans may be a bit of a problem. We do have some EMPs available too. And Shameless is kind of rich. He's got a lot of money to work with as this Nexus goes down. But yeah, he's got a lot of money, so he's still going to warp in a lot of units here. It's important that Percival will probably still find some efficient trades. Liberator's holding the ramps. Going to be very important. Another Nexus goes down. Production structures need to be gotten rid of to try and stop the production of the Protoss here. Stop them from getting more units up and running. And actually bait these Zealots up into the Liberators, which is actually really good. I'm going to take that and take a few of the Zealots down. Oh my goodness, that is a massive DTs. Do we have an EMP? We do have an EMP. The DTs, that's so expensive. From Shameless. Oh no, snipes for the last 2. Oh, just one of them. Now we're going to recall just going to dive in towards this and get up close and personal. He's ready to fight this. Drops an EMP onto the Disruptor, just going to let these units trade out. The Stalkers, I actually don't think are going to be enough. This is looking as though Percival is going to have himself what he needs. As we're going to lift up against the Disruptor shot, and now he just dropped back down. The probes are going to be dropping. We see a few Zealots warping in, but the reality of this is the Disruptor falls is that was a good trade for Percival. Shameless recalls home and loses the fight. Obviously, there's bases around the map, but they don't have probes on them necessarily. There's only 40 probes left in the game, and Percival has an army supply now to kind of move around and deny all of these structures and to really establish control of this map. His own 5th base establishing into a planetary at the same time, getting that up on the 12 o'clock position, bringing that into play, and get this all going. Well, I'm just going to go base to base, I imagine, as Percival, like I say, won a fight or two there, put himself in a good position, and looks to continue capitalizing on this. Disruptor shot will force the ByuNs to split backward for a couple moments. Nexus is about to go down. 50 dead workers on the side of your screen for a second there as well. Just to show you how devastating this has been for Shameless. There's now a base down here. Actually has 14 of his remaining probes. I don't mind the counterattacking. I think Shameless is obviously not going to win a straight-up game, so counterattacking and trying to work around your opponent's army probably makes a whole lot more sense. And this base goes down. Just going to try and jump on a smaller group of ByuNs here to try and take an advantage, but you're never going to be able to jump on a planetary at this stage. Planetary fortresses are just going to be way too powerful. You don't have enough units to really take it down quickly enough. If you take planetary down, it's going to cost you a lot as well, and I think that's the issue. There's not going to be much of a follow-up from there. You see the Zealots are doing pretty well, but the Liberators are going to set up as well. Just going to be able to keep going after those Zealots. Couple of ByuNs still here as well. I mean, eventually, when the rest of the units get back here, those final few forces of Shameless will go down, will get cleaned up, and that will pretty much be that. A few more ByuNs still coming across. Bio chasing down a couple Stalkers. The Zealots here as well. Shameless, you're going to have to say GG. Percival will take game 1 of this BO3. Bam. And game 1 goes his way. So Percival gets it done as we'll head into a game 2. That felt very scary, though, for quite a bit of time. As I get ready to load into Winter Madness for game 2. Definitely a game that had a lot of ups and downs. A few moments it felt as though things were going to have a couple of interesting outcomes. Alright, just waiting for Shameless to join us here, guys, to get this game 2 on the way. They are ready in GLHF. Let me dive into this next map here. Alright, Winter Madness coming into action then. Could be our last game of the day, guys. It's been a banger of a day. What a great opening day of this cup. Obviously, we've got ourselves a bunch more of this still to come. The groups are up on Liquipedia, so if you want to check that out, you can exclamation mark B in the chat. You can check out the other groups coming up over the course of the week. And this time next week, we'll be having Group D into the playoffs the day after. In the bottom right-hand side, it is going to be our Blue Terran player with the 1-0 lead. Mr. Percival is in the lead of this series and looking to take this through to game number 2. And move into the round of 8. In the top left, our red Protoss player is going to be Shameless. Alrighty then, away we go. So we settle this down, probably coming across the map for a couple of moments. Moving across there for a few seconds. Get this in position. Get that ready to go. Get this all started. TV building the racks. The probe gets chased back down to the low ground for a couple of moments as well. Next is coming through. Orbital and the Reaper coming online. There's a CC dropping into the natural. It's just going to get that started up again. Cybercore building through here as well. Next is Sneeze Simulator, all coming online. Bring this into place. Follow our Reaper across the map in a second. There we go. Stalking the warp gate coming by. Again, the probe is producing. Just kind of our Nexus about to complete. Finished up in the next couple moments, and we'll have ourselves the tech coming online. Here's the Reaper to obviously check what's up. Percival and WardiTV here will send 2 Korean Terrans into the playoffs today in this first group. Still going to be there, pushing the Reaper back. Getting some damage done. Reaper comes back over, gate, blink in the warp gate coming about. Just going to see the few probes are going to pull back onto said Reaper, and the Reaper will continue by. Going to drop a grenade down. Stalker's going to get bopped. I'm just going to be having the Marines, the Starport, and Tech Lab coming up as well. Pylon going to get put in place. Stalker is going to show up and go after the Reaper for a few moments, so I'm going to take that down. Alien in the middle of the map from Percival. Just going to keep moving across here for a couple of seconds. Probes and the Nexus coming about. A couple of Stalkers going to gather back over. And you're just going to be seeing the Banshee and Cloak coming through as well. So bringing that Banshee and Cloaking on the way out. Get that settled. These early stages. Factory going to lift off. And again, a couple of barracks will continue to build into place for the moment. Looking very reasonable early on here. So you bring that Nexus through. Stalker just going to step over to the sides. And we're going to be seeing, again, happening. Taking along, banishing the Cloak and coming up. Engineering Bay in the barracks. Still building as well. You have the 2 Stalkers and the Zealot on the left side gathering back around. The Hellions going to try and find some probes as we see the third base timing finishing up as well. We get that confirmed for a couple moments. Charge producing through, the Stalker being added. Yeah, Stem Combat Shield +1 all coming about. The probe going to get to the top. Banshee is going to get through. A couple of probes being shot at. Going to escape away as we actually get the Cloak up. 4th probe goes down. A couple more of those Stalkers going to gather back together and look to maybe jump onto the Banshee in the upper left-hand side. Charge. It's about halfway through there. This Banshee is that safe there? It is just safe in the corner. It's very deceiving on this map. Just the perspective of it with the top left. It looks very close, right? But it's actually not in reach of the Stalkers. Stalkers try to get the Banshee, but the Banshee cloaks up at least to save itself, but obviously doesn't exactly manage to do too much. Stalker's going to hit the gateway, taking damage against him. Combat Shield +1 still building by. And drop down the Forge and Charge as well for a couple more moments. Continue to get that going. And again, Robo Bay, Forge, Pylon, building itself through for a few moments. Again, Stone Combatant +1 will keep our rolling out. It's going to morph that Gateway. And again, the Robo Bay finishing up very shortly. Battery coming online, the Forge about to be done. Nexus coming up, +1 on the Stimpak coming over. A few Stalkers going to head their way toward the bottom right side. So Shameless looking to apply some pressure. However, we have got the double medevac on the map, and we just don't know about this. How much trouble are we in? We've got Zealots on the third, but we're going to be in the natural, and we're going to be in a choked up area, so Zealots are not going to be that effective here either. I'm surprised these probes are not pulling already, as Shameless is going to lose 8 workers and more. 9, 10, 13, 15. I can't even count fast enough. The battery going to take a bunch of damage here. The Zealots are going to charge through. This army keeps pulling away. A couple of these Zealots getting jumped on. But that's 19 workers and a cleanup, and then we're pushing at the front as well. Maybe not enough here to kind of keep it going, to keep moving forward, but I mean, over in the natural expansion, we're still fighting and still winning as Percival finally gets cleaned up. That's a lot of damage dealt. 19 workers. Not just workers, though. He killed some of the army as well, which is obviously very noteworthy. Because that really means that now you've got a lot of this army kind of down and out and not quite as available as it was previously, I guess. It's going to see the ByuNs regathering. The medevac is going to be there. A couple of Widow Mines are going to set up as well. I mean, I imagine Percival looks to keep this pressure up with Shameless going to be kind of playing off the weak economy. Him getting units back up is going to be tough. In fact, he has nothing on the natural again, although did you just see this? He's moving the Zealots over. Even the Zealots getting here is not exactly ideal because it's still a choked up area. It's not terrible, though. Percival just runs across, though, and just targets down a bunch of probes. And then just going to lift and leave because there's Stalkers off to the left-hand side. He is on a 4th base, so he can, reestablish some workers kind of quickly. He just needs the money for it, and right now you've lost workers, so you need money to put back into workers, but you also want to make sure you're still building the army so you don't get overrun in the game. You're just trying to reach and afford so many things at the same time that it's really kind of difficult to make anything really kind of feel as though it's going to be good enough for you. Stalkers come back around the right again. Thermal Lance, +2 attack coming in. The Stalkers will get a medevac, going to get 2. That's a bunch of supply. Percival just losing a bunch of his army supply there, so in the end... And this drop didn't do that much. This drop killed like 4 more workers, so this part was not ideal. These Stalkers moving up here, we might be able to catch a couple. Shameless gets the blink off after losing 1. We're going to try and drop on top of these Stalkers to chase them. He is going to find himself a 2nd and a 3rd Stalker. Wow, he's going to get a 4th as well. What a play from Percival. Jumping across in pure aggression to just chase down 2, 3 more Stalkers. And getting a bunch of kills. As obviously they were on blink cooldown for a moment and then just had enough reach to get an extra one as well off the blink. Wow. There's some slightly crazy business. Stalkers now turning onto the medevacs here. And you can see the rest of the medevacs pulling back across. Bio going to turn around as well. Going to jump onto these Stalkers as well just for a couple of seconds. We are going to see Bio still coming up. Armory and Engineering Bay building by also. The Widow Mine going to hit onto a couple of the Zealots here. We pull back around the right-hand side. Just for a few moments. Again, Thermal Lance coming up. +2 attack upgrade coming in. Additional Zealots reducing as we speak. We're just going to be seeing the medevacs boosting back to the right. A couple of Vikings are going to gather together as well. CVs will take a moment just to repair these medevacs up. So just going to bring them back to health. Bio up the left-hand side. The Observer comes across there for a couple of moments too. Not going to be able to do too much. The Zealot Colossus gathering about. Just going to see a couple of Colossus beams coming around as well there. Just going to be seeing the Bio going to pull away. A couple of Zealots are going to get hit on. Chance maybe to keep moving over for a couple of seconds. Bio pulls back to the right side once more. Again, Prism coming up, +3 attack and +1 armor. Continue to get set here. The 4th base of Percival is going to be coming online. Shameless starting to just mass expand, double expanding at once, of course. Trying to take a lot of control in this game where possible now is single drop of Marines on the left side. Looks like Shameless is going to be in position for this, so it puts himself in place. So he's going to come down the left side. Medevac is going to be the target. We step forward. We'll lose at least a couple of Stalkers with their blink on cooldown, so it's actually not a bad trade still for the Marines. On the right side, we play a bit of cleanup as well. The bigger army moving forward. Here's the issue is, what is this army made of Shameless? 2 Colossus only. Does not seem that great. Saw the Zealots there. The Colossus were maybe a little on their own up to the top, but we do not capitalize. Don't find a way to do much on that just for now. And Bio Viking Force still down the bottom, and Marine going to stem forward a couple seconds. Stalkers going to get some shots off on the Vikings. A few more hits coming through. The Vikings looking to see what else they can get to. Colossus are going to threaten to move around as well. Again, Marine Marauder coming about. The 2-2 upgrade still coming in. Bio Ghost Army coming back around to the bottom side. On the left side, there's going to be the group of Marines here underneath an Observer. Scorpion as well, still stepping through, going to blink in, clean up this Medevac. At least Shameless is getting some good cleanups on the Medevacs. The EMP is coming down. You can see this jump forward. Vikings looking to get onto the Colossus. First Colossus goes down already. Zod Stalker still pushing up. More Zod's going to get grabbed. And be seeing the Prism into the natural. And Percival's not really well set to deal with this just yet. You are going to see the Vikings will get to you. Okay, so Prism goes down. Can he actually get on top of the army is going to be the question. The Vikings are going to come in. Oh, they're going to jump on the Colossus. As I think Shameless is actually getting a little bit too aggressive here. Running up this ramp opens the door for this army to just get surrounded. What, we're going to blink up top and try and escape from this? And a little group of ByuNs will chase down a few more of those Stalkers. We've killed 35 SCVs, mind you, but what a reckless play from Shameless. And he's going to kill 35 workers, just the Chaos and the Natural, especially the Zealots. They're not getting cleaned up. I feel like if he didn't run up over here, the game would have been so much better for him. Although maybe running up over there did create the chance for everything else to happen. It's just such a... I mean, I guess the problem is at this point, you're kind of in a scenario where you don't really have... I guess you don't really have much else going on. You've got a couple of Disruptors still coming through. Stalker building up. The army of Zealot Stalker coming back down the right side. He's ready to jump onto this planetary fortress, but the units across the map are going to maybe be able to fight here. Zealots in the front. We pull the Ghosts back, try and protect them in this scenario. We're actually going to take a good trade here at the moment. A massive warp in the Zealots, though. We're going to get rid of the Stalkers, at least. That gives you the chance to lift and leave a bit more easily. We load, we boost the blink for the low HP Medevac, which was the emptiest. On the right side, still trying to fight as well. Percival coming back over in this direction. Just 90 workers are Shameless. The economy is through the roof. The moment in this game where you got the double expansion off and you didn't get punished for it is pretty much where this game took a big swing in the other direction. That Disruptor goes off before it gets denied as well. Percival eating damage right here. However, now the Disruptors rally forward. We're going to kill one. We're nearly going to kill two. Not quite, though. And it's pulling back the other way for a couple of seconds. So it's come down at the bottom, just pulling over once more. Having ourselves the group of units here rejoining. And 3-3 coming inbound. Marine Marauder Medevac going through. Had the ship weapons on. Just going to see Zealot Stalker turned away. Bio going to come chasing those Zealots down for a couple seconds. Again, +2 ship weapons. Liberators in production. Medevacs producing through. 7 more Zealots and a couple Stalkers being added on the right side. A couple of Bio units will push the Zealots back the other side as well. And this is just the stage where obviously Shameless is playing with a worse army, but his army is replenishable again and again with the 90 to 50 workers. Zealots on the right side too. And a couple of real defining moments of this game. One of them is absolutely just... I mean, obviously crazy good start from Percival, but how did he not win off the back of it? Well, how did he not win off the back of it is the question. I think the answer really is just he tried to do too much off of the same thing. Like, he had success, and then he gave up like 3 medevacs units to kill 4 more probes, right? So yeah, he had a great start, but he gave up so much opportunity on the follow-ups. And we're going to go to another Game 3 to round out the day, guys. We're going to get one final map on the day. I'm going to kick this off in a few moments. Alright, we'll throw invites to Shameless and Percival here for game 3 of this one. Like I say, Shameless was out of position, taking damage, in a lot of trouble early in that game, but able to find his way back in as Percival maybe got a little bit too active, a little bit too feisty. Let's see what happens as we go into game 3 of this series. One final map on the day, guys. And saying that Percival didn't all in after Shameless lost the majority of his army. I just don't think Percival had that much, because he also had to come back and deal with the Zealots that were still in his base and stuff too, so it wasn't like going to be an immediate move across the map. Yeah. But I kind of agree too, looking back on it, because he lost like 35 SCVs. It's like, you're not really bouncing back from this, so just go. The problem is, Shameless already had too many bases up, right? Like, you have too many bases set up around the map, so if Percival goes, what do you even focus on killing? And does killing 2 bases do enough? Probably not, actually, you know? How much do you get before it becomes a problem, I guess? Top left-hand side, Percival is our blue Terran player. He takes on Shameless in the bottom right, our red Protoss. Get this underway. And the assembler continue to come about. We do have the probe heading toward the upper left-hand side. It's just going to move straight across here for a couple moments. Up to the top we move. And again, racks and the gas coming around, getting the assimilator coming up as well. Bringing a lot of this into position. Probe will nibble at the SCV, another SCV coming over. I'm going to nibble back at the probe. Early game excitement. Ooh, man, we lost the SCV. Now they lost the SCV. That would have been a tilter for sure. I don't think Percival was going to be best impressed if that came to be. Not in the slightest. Command center drops down onto the natural. SCV will again nibble back at the probe once again. What stopped Shameless from starting a base trade at that point? Well, I mean, at that point that we were talking about, if I'm still in the same conversation, apologies if I'm not, but like, he doesn't have an army to base trade with. He has to rebuild army and take some time. I think Percival should have gone across the map more aggressively. I think at the end of the day, like, you're almost always going to find value. But again, if you go across the map and do a bit, then the Zealots continue to just do work. The only good thing is he got rid of the Prism, but I think it just took a bit too long. Even maybe if he just killed that, I don't know. TVP is such a mystery at times, I think. On both sides as well. Sometimes I feel as though the pros, it's just like, well, how the hell am I ever meant to clean up this Terran army? Concussive Shells and Marauder still coming about. Adept, Warp Gate, and the Twilight Council coming through as well. Seeing that Adept, Chrono boosting away. The Adept around to the top. Trying to see what else is going on. Twilight Council building, Probes and the Stalker coming up, Warp Gate coming through. So now the Adept going to shade its way by, and the 2 Marauders are going to get a catch on this Adept. They will have to commit to the shade, because otherwise it's going to go down anyway. And as it shades, one SCV will take some damage. I was going to say, do these units want to come home? They do not. They're going to actually let this Adept be. It's going to stay in the natural. There's one more Marauder, though. Now this Adept will go down. We do not lose an SCV here. I was going to say, I may have spoke too soon there, but nope, we're good. We're good for the moment. Well, across the map, there's not a battery ready just yet. 2 Marauders will do what they can. Going to put some pressure on the gateway. Going to see the pylon. Percival needs to decide what he wants to actually go for here. A couple probes would be nice. Looks as though he's going to get at least a couple probes, so not bad. Going to find 3 workers. You can kind of step away from this as well. You can kite backwards a little, but the Stalker should be able to chase. So, well, an extra Marauder shows up, right? So with the other Marauder showing up, We'll kill a Stalker as well. Makes us a whole lot better. Oh, the Adept got the shot from the Adept on the Marauder. If that pulled back, we would have been +1 Marauder at least. Three workers and a Stalker. And you've got one Marauder still alive. I think this is okay. You killed an Adept across the map too. Two Stalkers and the Adept is going to go. Marauder going to take a few more shots. Stimpack Combat Shield still on the way up. The Marauder does go down. And the Adept is shading back to the top side then. For a few moments, the Marines are going to gather back together. And the extra Marines will gather back through. Just going to see against Stimpack Combat Shield, the +1 coming up and bring a lot of that into place. Again, probes in the charge will continue by. The battery and the assimilator coming up as well. A little bit of bio just going to step through. The Adept will be there too, as the Bioforce will see the Adept shading. The couple of SCVs begin to go down. The Marines will chase. The Adept will fall. That is going to be a cleanup for the moment. Nexus still building through on this bottom side, so again, getting that set up for a couple moments. Get that into place and see what else we can do here. Bring that Nexus online. Bio actually going to get through. There goes a Sentry. Stalks in the other Sentry. Going back the other way. Actually going to turn back around again. Sentry goes down now. It's just going to get a catch on this. Stalker's going to have to blink away too. Pulling back for a little while. Stalker's blink back forward again. Marauder's in some trouble. Marines trying to escape away from this one. Percival loses a lot of the Bioforce then, obviously deciding map guys. Winner of this is in the playoffs. The loser is eliminated as the Biostims down this ramp, trying to get after the Stalkers. A couple of these Stalkers taking shots, big shots as well. And try and keep moving through. A couple of Stalkers still going down. Going to blink forward, another Marauder gets killed. The Marines now try and get onto the Stalkers, not quite able to just yet though. Obviously having Stim is nice, but every Stim is fairly costly. Late blink back from Shameless there, unfortunately, as we have the command center coming up into the front. I will do some healing. Just going to have our command center and the barracks and the SCV still reducing on by. Marine Marauder Medevac gathers up. Just have this army ready to move forward. Medevac taking some damage. We stim. Take a step back. Gonna load up, but there's a Zealot right there. I guess we just drop on top of this because obviously the Zealot knows that this drop will be coming, so no point actually trying to commit to dropping. Stalker's gonna move forward. They need to be super careful because we've seen a couple of times the Stalker's late to blink back. Like this could be one of those times if we're not cautious. Oh, there's a Marauder in the front here. There's at least a couple dead Stalkers. We do get two in the end as they stop to try and fight. Reinforcements showing up. The Widow Mines are gonna burrow. We can lead the Zealots into that. And if the Zealots retreat, that's the thing. If you lead the Zealots in, the Widow Mines go off. If the Zealots retreat, you get a couple of kills as they retreat away and they're not dealing damage, right? So... and again, Bio coming back across. Going to see Marine Marauder coming around. The armor upgrade coming through at those Widow Mines up. Refineries building. And just having the Stalker Zealot force gathering through. Gonna bring this back over, just gonna move to the bottom left. It's gonna be Percival diving towards this Nexus here, so getting in position, put a little bit more pressure on. Widow Mines now actually gonna help against the Zealots, soften them up so the Bio can do a bit better, blinking forward as we try and do as much as possible for a couple seconds. So Army's actually gonna keep on chasing, and Percival gonna be losing a little extra as he gets pushed back away here. The Zealot Stalker Force pushing this all the way away. The Bio Force, the Vikings regathering up. Taking a few moments to regroup as we do have the Medevac's going to load up once again. And pulling back around, a few SCVs are going to gather in. Just going to see the Viking, the Marauder, SCVs and the command center coming up as we speak here. Widow Mines just get burrowed for a second. 137, 132 supply. Upgrades 1-1 to about to be 1-1 as well. Let's see, the Bio Medivacs will gather up again. Let's see, the Bio is going to come across. A couple of Zelds are going to get chased. Obviously, you want to shut down these Zelds before they get where they want to be. And make sure these run-bys do not find too much value. I think that most of them, a couple of Zelds are left. Coming over, a couple of Medivacs. We'll just be there. And again, the army just pulling back to the top. We're going to see the hallucination, taking some damage. Just going to see a couple of Zelda coming through. Stalker's going to blink forward, a couple of Medivacs getting shot at. We're going to see the Bio turn back around, a couple of Stalkers still falling. Just for a few moments. We are going to say, I mean, Shameless trying to push in, but I actually think Percival has plenty, and the EMP is available still. So many goes with energy right now. We'll try to get ourselves a couple of hits here. I'm just going to be seeing the Bio pulling back up. 5 SCVs, 6 SCVs going down. Observer gets caught as well. Zelda going to still charge through. One of the ghosts gets caught. Just going to be seeing the Zelda charging forward. So we'll send back 11 SCVs down for him already. And 2-2. About to come around. The mines are going to burrow. So now you're charging forward. Viking's going to jump onto the Colossus. Colossus is going to start going down. Uh-oh. There's a problem for Shameless if you start running here. Oh my god, Percival leaves the Colossus alive. You got to chase for a second longer, no? Again, ship weapons, 2-2 upgrades coming about. Marine Marauder Ghost coming in. Nexus is going to build as well. Fire will get after the couple Zealots for a few seconds there. You can see the rest of this coming back down the bottom. Seven SCVs once more, though. I mean, the damage keeps being done. Sorry, they harass up in the main base. I got some of the damage dealt. On that right side, will step forward once again. Zealot gets picked off. Percival on a supply lead. Does he want to make a move? Push up to the top side. Just going to be seen again. I mean, Percival is there. He's holding the 4 bases. Shameless is starting to take base after base again, though, right? And Percival... It's so interesting because I feel like Percival has been the Terran player lately to be so active on the map and so aggressive against the Protoss players, and it feels like in this game he's just slowing it right down and not doing anything at the moment. Ghost gonna get there, probes full. Folks just going to grab about. Again, Liberator the Barracks and Fusion Core coming up. A couple of CCs coming through as well. Coming back around, army coming back over. Going to move it up to the top. I'm just going to see the scanner coming about. Bio Viking coming over as well. A couple of Stalkers coming back over. Just going to see the shots coming through. Shots coming about. Viking's going to shoot. Colossus going to be taking damage. We are going to see. I think Percival's fine defensively here. Damage is going to keep going forward into the choke point. Does not feel great. Obviously, can zone back with the disruptors. I'm going to chase now a little bit as Percival. He's going to get at least one disruptor on this chase. He might be able to get multiple. As I was going to say, at some point Shameless might have to just turn to fight this. He does get a couple of good disruptor shots onto a bunch of Marauders. Percival getting turned onto here. Shameless going to get a blink in after some of the Medivacs. Forcefield comes down onto these Bio units as well. So let's keep charging up and chasing through. That's the Bio gathering back around. On the left side, a single Zealot is getting to work on a few of these SCVs. The Lib's going to get active. Going to get working. Shots fire. Just going to step away. Take a couple more moments. Again, Dark Shrine about to have that Shadow Stride. So we're getting a lot more harassment capabilities on the side of our Protoss play here. Percival's about to get up to 5 bases though. Gonna go around the left. The Vikings, the Libs is gonna shoot through. Disruptor shots. Oh, gonna hit the center. The Ghosts take a big connection, but they don't go down because only one Disruptor landed on them. So, for now at least, we will not have this army of Percival broken. That's a lot of Libs that are obviously holding their ground on that left side. Unsiege those. The Bio army pulling back together. Using this mineral line, there's a Liberator there, but we're actually going to pull everything else down this ramp to try and deal with this. Disruptor on the top was pretty huge. As you can see, another Disruptor shot coming down. We have to keep dodging away. And as long as the Disruptors are coming in actively, you're not able to chase as effectively here as the Terran. Massive Lib siege on the left side. A couple units coming through. GT's moving up. One of mine's going to blow up onto these onto these DTs. So the DTs are not actually going to be able to do too much. The defense against those, at least, has been very solid from Percival. Now Shameless looking for a push up this left-hand side again as he's going to try and aim for this planetary. Libs are going to reposition. They should be able to cut off this army a bit. I think he maybe should have sieged a couple Libs over this way to kind of cut off the kind of retreat. Again, Bio, Libs, Vikings going to battle. The Ghost coming through as well. Just going to see this army still chasing. Bion's getting pushed back. Just going to see Shameless up and low on supply for a couple seconds. And the rest of this gathering back around, looking to re-engage forward. More Liberators doing some more damage. Disruptor shot landing onto a couple of these Ghosts, which pull back again. Another Disruptor shot coming through, but not going to land this time. Percival sieging the Libs aggressively on top of this army. I mean, it's actually kind of scary, no, for Shameless, because Percival is getting very close to maybe jumping onto one of these bases, although I guess concern is at a minimum when he's got the other side of the map as well as the top corner base. The Liberator Force is an issue, though. I mean, it's getting to be higher and higher, and you don't really have a good answer to it. Percival should have maybe relocated some Libs to the left side already. Storm's going to blink forward into an EMP, going to try and break through onto the Libs right now. Disruptor to zone the Bio Force are going to miss for the moment. One Disruptor finally landing. So many of the Libs are still on the right-hand side. Some of them starting to reposition. Zealots are coming through, going to retreat back to the higher Liberated numbers. There's still some Libs putting some work in. Other Libs are going to try and reposition back onto this. Percival's supply is booming in comparison to Shameless, who is beginning to lose absolutely everything. The problem is these last few units are not going to go well. The Disruptors do connect, though. They get the connections off. They can deny a lot of these units. We have to split. We do survive this time. We get the damage done. Percival sits 156, 128. The Disruptor shot coming through. Next is going to be taking a bunch more damage. I'm just going to be having the extra hits coming by. The Nexus will be taking a few shots. We're going to see these units are going to try and show up. Obviously, Shameless has a lot of money to rebuild with, so you can replenish after this. Kind of a lack of units right now to actually damage the bases. You can see the Libs relocating. This army's going to try and dive up over here. Only one Disruptor remaining. We're going to go back into Colossus production even. Here is Shameless trying to re-establish a bit of a stronger army, perhaps. The Stalkers blink up. That's not going to end well. We still have the defensive Lib in this position. We are finally going to take this Nexus down. Shameless will lose this base finally. Percival's been working on that for a couple of moments at least as the Bioforce comes forward again. A couple Stalkers trying to step through. The Zealots as well, trying to gather up. Liberator siege again. Disruptor trying to move around. Bio Viking. All coming in here. The DTs and the Colossus build. The Assembly on the left side going to get picked away at. Another Sense Tower placed also as the Stalkers and the Zealots get up to the top. Those Liberators on their own, not doing enough. Choke point helps. The Widow Mines help to zone it back as well. couple more lib shots going to come straight out now. We're all going to take this base immediately as Percival. He's broken through, and now, you know what? Shameless is kind of focused on the right side. He kind of needs to, because this base over here is very vulnerable if he doesn't focus on the right. If he pulls back to the left, I mean, a few units will do a lot in the top right. There's not static defense on any of these bases, by the way. I actually think that's kind of a mistake from Shameless. He could have some cannons and some batteries. He's maybe not needed it yet, but to preemptively prepare for it would have been a good idea, because now there is a chance that we actually get through, and that becomes a big factor, and it becomes a big deal. So that's definitely going to be a question mark as well. Let's just see. Stalkers, Zealots over here. Zealots going to run down this ramp. The Bio goes, going to try and fight. A few more units warping in. That's the rest of Percival's army. I mean, again, it's the same idea as the left-hand side. If these libs just slow push towards this base, eventually we don't really have an answer to these liberators. And somehow, despite all the bases, Shameless is not rich enough, because he's been constantly trading, he's not rich enough to actually just build a better army. Like, he is stuck on this army of Stalker, Zealot, and a couple Colossus. Even that is not exactly ideal. EMP here, no recall available. Bottom left base goes down. Percival taking a chance to move around, and we are going to see with the Sensor Tower visibility, the chance to see this entire army rotating to the left side. The Vikings can go get the Colossus for free right here. They've been left behind. They maybe could have made that move. And Percival is also trying to figure out how to navigate everything else in this force as the Sensor Tower on the left side goes down. Expensive, but it's told him exactly what's about to happen here. Go, 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 kill the Colossus. The Vikings could have had them already, surely. No? I'm turning around again. The couple libs are going to siege up. This Bioforce gets pushed away. Man, these Colossus could have been dead multiple times over. Now he actually sends the Vikings forward when the Stalkers are in front of them. Obviously, tense game, lots going on, lots of movement to track. Prism into the main. Shameless does not have supply to actually warp in anything useful. He's going to warp in a singular Zealot. It's the worst timed Prism of all time. However, we are going to see the libs getting caught out of position here, so an overreaction to the Prism actually pulls loads of units to the main base, but there's no supply to be warped in even. So Shameless uses that to his advantage. He's re-establishing control in the bottom left. Shameless's army is still terrible, no? 3 Colossus, 1 Disruptor just feels so lackluster at this stage of the game. And he's going to start breaking through some of these Liberators, though. However, here comes the rest of the Bioforce. The Planetary Fortress here is going to go down. Can we save any of these units? Yes, a bunch of the Stalkers will be able to blink away down to the bottom side. The thing is, Percival, after you win this fight, should just go. Like, you just killed all of the tech units. There's absolutely zero reason to be holding back. A little bit of a frustrating one to watch, because right now, this army sucks. Like, it's as bad as it's ever going to be. And you just killed so much for free. Like, this is absolutely the moment Percival should go and do something. Even if you're not going to push down onto this army, go to the top right. Deny this base. You're going to have Zealots and DTs going the other direction. I'm checking on those in a second. Kills the Colossus off. The Vikings getting some damage dealt there. Planetary is going to help pull. The Liberator over here. This is fine for now. It's not going to do too much just yet. Percival is pulling away. Here's the Zealot Stalker pushing back up. Again, this army from Shameless, sorry, is just not good. It's Zealot Stalker and nothing else. A few DTs, that is it. This works if you're really in control of the map. It does not work against a Liberator 5-6 base Terran player, you know? It just doesn't. The Terran has too much, as we understand these Widow Mines. They've been here for a while. They're actually going to get an amazing shot off there. Splash through a lot of these Zealots. DT's chasing forward as well. Do we have enough over here to clean this up? DTs are putting some serious work in. I mean, Percival has to pull everything back over, but every time you do this as Shameless, it's costing you a ton of units, and you just can't keep replenishing those units on repeat. You just can't keep up with this every single time. A couple of Stalkers going down. We're going to see the rest of the Zealot Stalker try and come back to the left-hand side. These libs are going to do a lot of work, as we're going to land a few Vikings as well. That's not going to be broken through. The top right base is going to go down. Shameless at 120 supply. He's probably on his last hurrah, because especially as he loses bases, that's one of the bases that was bringing a lot of the income that he needed to keep this going. Percival is finally going to get there. I was a little frustrated. I wanted him to not give Shameless the chance, I guess, because it's one of those moments where it's like, surely we see the advantage, but that's the danger of this TVP matchup. You can see the fear in the eyes of the Terran player a lot of the time, where they're just not sure if they actually have a way to end it or not. As you can see, the Stalker still getting to work. ByuN splitting back over to the right side. Going to aim for that Nexus over there as well. Just going to look to pick through this. The EMP's coming down on it. Still a group of units here going to try and do whatever they can, but the answer of what they can do is probably not very much. And yeah, base is just going down for Shameless. This one is going to get wrapped up. This one is going to get concluded. As we do have a little bit of Zealot Stalker force still pushing forward. GG, well played. This is Shameless, as he has to tap out on this one. And that will do it, my friends. That is going to take us to the victory screen, and Percival will advance alongside ByuN from Group A of this event. So, GG's. Well played. And that is going to round us out. Ads are going to play in 15 seconds on Twitch, guys. And I'm not going to waste a snooze on stopping them, because otherwise it'll carry over to tomorrow. So I'll just say very quickly, thank you for watching and supporting the Spring Cup today. I'm not here tomorrow, but we'll have WardiTV Mondays on Monday, and the Spring Cup continues with Group B on Tuesday. Playoffs next weekend, if you want to check that out. Yeah, thanks for watching, guys. It turned into a really long stream. I thought it was like 2.5, 3 hours, 4.5 hours. Banger games, Group A, off with a flying start in a very, very fun manner. I'm going to let these ads run. When the ads run, we'll turn the stream off. We'll host someone up and spread the StarCraft love. I will see you guys on Monday for more StarCraft 2. You guys have a great rest of your day. I'll see you guys on Monday. Bye.